body positivity. So yeah, we're gonna get into a few of these videos. But come on, man. I'm your boy Herbal. Okay? You know I gotta start with something funny. Long Beach Griffey.
Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh! Damn.
Is this supposed to be the fat dude?
In the cargo hold. Also, how long is this plane ride? With your big ass, 30 minutes. If takeoff is possible. From there, 5 minutes. Until we hit the ground. And split the earth in two. Forever.
That's a short flight.
That's a short flight.
Lifespan.
Huh? Did you say something?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know obesity causes death. I said not as short as
Bruh. Okay, that's a good one.
Are you calling me fat?
Sir, you can't just wobble roll up in here and expect things to adjust to your life. Not only are you putting your fat fucking heart at risk, you're putting the lives of everyone on this plane at risk. You're too damn big. Nigga, you are the plane. A plane can't fly on a fucking plane, sir. Okay? Like, what the fuck are you trying to do? Bring this shit down? Is this a terrorist attack? Y'all getting clever.
I'm
I see you.
gonna sue this airline for discrimination. Because this is not okay.
It's not okay to be fat. It's not. It's unhealthy. All this body positivity bullshit.
Let's
it's
do
not
it.
cool. It's unhealthy. You're unhealthy. America is unhealthy. We need to stop telling people it is okay to be fucking fat. It's not. You're fat. 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 Fat.
Come on, bro. All right. That was a pretty funny video. Now, the last thing that he says,
Telling people.
the way Griffey works is a lot of his humor is based on his actual beliefs, right? And a lot of it he can come across as a little rough, but I am a fan of tough love. And I think this last sentence really hit the nail on his head and really explains his point, like most of the last sentences in his fucking skits do.
For discrimination. Because this is not okay.
It's not okay to be fat.
It's not okay to be fat. Now, I would disagree as in, I mean, if you're fat, you shouldn't go to jail. Like, it's not anything wrong with being fat. But it is unhealthy. Just period. As a fat man, I can tell you that is unhealthy. As a fat man who's never been skinny, by the way. That's not a brag. But I've never been small. Like, I was an obese child, and I'm an obese adult. It's you know, the trend, right? And in fact, if you start off as an obese child, there's like, what, 90%, 94% chance that you'll never be in like a acceptable BMI range, I think, throughout your whole life, is what it was said, right? Like, if you started off, I'm not gonna say skinny, but I'll say, like, if you started off in an acceptable BMI range, and you get fat later on in life, like, let's say you're not as active as you are or whatever, you become fat, it's easier for you to go back to being that normal weight that you were before, versus if you start off in a very high BMI range, right? Because for people like me and other people who, like, I don't have a thyroid issue or anything like that. I'm just fat. I put in work to be fat. Like, I earned every pound, right? Like, if you're the kind of fat that I am, you've never had a baseline of what it's like to eat normally, right? Like, your go-to meal that's normal to you is probably like maybe 2 times the size of like what a normal person would eat, right? Like, have you ever, I don't know, been to a fast food restaurant with your friend Silver, and their order was significantly less than yours, and it was like a pretty normal order for you? You know?
Kinda.
Yeah. So I mean, I've noticed even with my smaller friends that like my portions when I go out to eat are way bigger. Like when we all fucking buy food together, my food is always gonna cost more than everybody else's because I'm gonna get can I get the steak and can I get extra onion rings? Can I get extra? There's always a step above that I find myself taking personally versus other people, right? Like if I'm ordering McDonald's, even I posted my McDonald's order, I posted my Subway order on here, and the thing that's common about both of them is that they are more food than a normal person should eat in one sitting. Yet that's something that I would do normally. And because of that, I reap the I guess I should say I reap the rewards of that, as in I'm overweight, then that comes with a slew of health problems. Now, I was very active most of my life, right? So until about probably 10 years ago at this point, for the first 2/3 of my life, I was always I was in a sport, I was doing football, taekwondo, I was always doing taekwondo. So I had a class and I was teaching a class, and then I was doing football practice. So, I'm exercising, and we would do weight rooms. We would do weights in the morning before fucking school. So I was waking up in the morning, fucking lifting weights, going to school, PE, like 3 times a week we would do PE, and then every day is football practice. I would go play football every day, and then I had 2 classes that I was teaching for Taekwondo, and I had my own class, the black belt, which was super intense in terms of exercise and in terms of, what you were doing. And it was supposed to be like that because it's the fucking black belt class. Like, everybody comes to watch it. But my hyperactivity, saved me from a good amount of the side effects that I would have experienced back then, right? Now, I'm running into those side effects now because I am a lot less active than I was back then. I don't have as much time as I used to. I'm working 24/7. Whatever excuse I want to throw out, I'm not as active as I was back then. So these side effects, especially in my older age, are going to start happening if I don't, get healthier, change my eating habits, change my how I exercise, that kind of thing. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm in a similar situation where well, I kind of started off skinny. Like, I was usually roughly an average build. I kind of scaled up a bit more than the rest of me in terms of weight.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was 18, I was roughly around 180 pounds, which is kind of like the higher plateau of a healthy weight.
Okay. How tall are you? Like 5'10", right?
Yeah, 5'10" and a half, roughly, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And basically, when I went to college, and basically, like, people, my high school friends moved away, had less reasons to go outside and be active. Just I stopped being as active as I used to be, so the weight kind of scaled on from there, plus school that I didn't do very well at.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, there's that. And then the killing blow, I went to learn to be a chef, and the number one rule is taste your own food. So you're eating extra per day because you have to taste your own food, plus you got to get more regular food in you because it's just, you get a lot of food when you're a cook.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay. Well, the first thing I wanted to watch from here is I wanted to ask the question, what is body positivity? So I found some videos. I have not seen them yet, but I found some videos of some very famous body positive influencers, and they're going to kind of explain what body positivity is? So this is Megan Jane Crab, and this is her video, "The Power of Body Positivity."
I struggled with eating disorders until I was 16, and I went right back to diet culture after I had struggled with an eating disorder, and I didn't get out of that world of everything being about my body and numbers and weight until I was 21, and I found the body positive movement.
Okay, so to be fair, just starting off, I was expecting these women to be a whole lot bigger. Like, I was expecting her to be like TLC level of huge. When, like, do you see the way these influencers are getting mad? Like, I was expecting these women to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. People, this is one of the stereotypes that hound women. If you are anywhere over 140, I'd say, they start calling them fat.
140? Ooh.
Yeah, like,
I don't even think my left ass cheek is 140. I think it weighs more than that. I'm pretty sure I'm like 170 at least. Yeah,
like, women get horribly pigeonholed into unhealthy standards because of the way that Hollywood used to portray women was like this thin fucking pencil thin waist and fucking shit that you could only get by squeezing the shit out of them with a fucking corset.
Yeah, the hourglass figure. I've never been attracted to the hourglass figure. I like my women.
It's Hollywood perpetuated this extremely unhealthy fucking weight class, and it was like, and now because they perpetuated that, now women are constantly being pressured to be like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to be this skinny, you gotta be this, bam, bam, bam.
So I think in terms of, I think you should not promote unhealthy bodies, whether those unhealthy bodies are too skinny or too heavy. Either way, there shouldn't be something to be promoted. Yeah. But yeah, I wasn't expecting them to be this, I don't know. She's not like really big. She's not like throwing her weight in our face. I don't know. She seems like a normal chick.
You only have a shoulder shot. We don't know what the rest of her body looks like.
There's no way she could. Look at her like neck and chin. There's no way she could just be like a fucking mass of just rolls from here underneath. It's impossible. There would be weight up here.
No, but I'm saying she could definitely have thighs of which you could squish watermelons between. Who knows?
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, you know what? Never mind.
Oh no, definitely not.
Until I was 21, and I found the body positive movement. I was just scrolling on Instagram one day. I was looking at Fitspo. I was looking at supermodels.
So this looks more like, and I feel like body positivity, if you're coming at it, if you're still manning body positivity, it is be happy in whatever body you're in. Because I feel like there should be, like, there's stuff that no matter how much you work out will never go away. Like, you can't work out a jawline, right? There's shit that you would need plastic surgery to fix even if you lost like 1,000 pounds or however much weight you want to lose, right? Like, so being positive about your body is, if there's something about it that you cannot correct, or there's something about it that's, you know, maybe different than other people, sure, but it's not necessarily get as fat as you want and, you know, just keep eating. Yas queen, yas king. I don't think that's what body positivity is or what it was meant to be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll say some shit to just change my mind, but yeah. Anyway.
And I found the opposite, and I found a bunch of people of all shapes and sizes talking about accepting themselves and not dieting anymore. My name is Megan Jane Crab, and this is the female lead. You know, I'd lived my whole life under the belief that there was only one way to be happy and to be good enough. And suddenly there were these people saying, what if that's not necessarily true? And it made me just reflect a little bit and be honest with myself about the fact that if that was true, if I could find happiness and fulfillment and a perfect life by changing my body, how come it hadn't happened yet? Because I'd been every size under the sun, I'd done every diet imaginable, I'd changed and molded myself, and it hadn't worked. So surely I owed myself a chance at something different. And I think it's that feeling empowered enough to ask questions and be honest with myself and take risks that led me back to myself. My family is incredibly supportive. So my dad is...
So my question is, when they say eating disorders in this regard, are they talking about overeating as being an eating disorder as well?
Overeating can be an eating disorder. There are eating disorders.
Because from what they're saying here, this can also be applied to somebody who's super skinny, like Eugenia Cooney or whatever her name is, the chick that's super skinny that looks like a fucking skeleton.
Yes.
Like everything that she's saying can be applied to her because she's not specifically saying overweight or fat positive. She's saying body positive, right? And then eating disorders can also be not eating enough or throwing up after you eat, not just overeating. But I never thought of overeating as an eating disorder. I always thought of overeating as a lack of self-control, basically. You know what I mean?
I'd say if you want to determine if something's a disorder as opposed to a bad choice, would be when it turns into a compulsion as opposed to a choice. When it's a compulsion, then you have a problem.
Well, how do you know it's a compulsion or not?
When it's hard to tell. It's hard for someone themselves to tell if it's a compulsion, which is the fucked up bit.
Or it could be a coping mechanism. That's true.
Yeah, coping mechanism, that too. But I'd argue that a compulsion basically is when, no matter what you do, you find yourself drifting back. Like, say, someone, like, actively choosing to stop eating something, then randomly not even noticing that, oh, hey, I just bought that bag of chips I told myself I wasn't going to buy. What the fuck?
That happens very... So for me, what I would normally do is I'll say, like, I'm not going to buy any, McDonald's or anything while I'm out working today or I'm going to try to find a healthier choice than fast food or X, Y, or Z. But I always end up usually going to McDonald's. I'm talking about I had over 100,000 points on my on my app before, right? Like, it was ridiculous. I went to McDonald's a lot, right? And still do. Yeah. Still go. But I wouldn't say it's a compulsion. It's more, I'm not going to tell myself no. If I get hungry, I'm going to say, ooh, I want that Big Mac. Ooh, I want that fish.
You weren't compulsed, you coerced yourself.
Whatever. It's the same thing, but it doesn't seem as though, I don't know, is it not that easy to just say no? Because, I'm fat myself, right? Like, I'm not coming from this from a perspective, but for me, it's not that I don't know. For me, there's a little bit more psychological things at play, I think.
Yes,
and it leads into
Definitely.
more, and it leads into more with the why do I drink a copious amount of alcohol? Why do I also smoke an enormous amount of wax or weed or whatever you want to call it? But still, I'm talking about more the fat people in general, my brothers and sisters in general. When you say there's a compulsion, is it something where they cannot tell themselves no? You know what I mean?
If it feels like no matter how much they tell themselves no, that they can't stop.
So is it more is it the diets that don't work, or is it more the self-control that's lacking in a lot of these situations?
Well, to be fair, the first thing, diets don't fucking work. No diets work.
Really? Why not?
Nada. Because the whole thing about diets is eating a certain thing or just being very pigeonholey about your stuff.
It could be staying within a certain amount of calories as well, right?
Calorie control works, yes. But I mean, like, the whole diet culture as a whole, like paleo, fucking
Oh, see, well,
keto.
when you're talking about diets like that, right? Like, so one, I know a person, an Asian woman who shall not be named, who specifically went on the keto diet and got extremely, and she got a lot smaller than when I knew her in high school, right? So, I mean, I feel like they work for some people, but and also even with the paleo diet, right? Like, what do you call it? Like the paleo diet is when you eat stuff directly from the ground, right? Like you don't cook it, you don't. That's the paleo diet, right? Or am I thinking of something else?
I think it was basically if you could hunt it or gather it, you eat it.
So okay, but like you can hunt a fucking cow. So what do you mean? You can eat steak? What are you talking about?
Not as they were. Way cows are domesticated as now, they evolved as domestic animals. You would have to go look for a buffalo or something, or bison or something.
It's a fucking. I feel like that's some weird shit Joe Rogan would do. Anyway, um, so my whole thing. So when you're saying diets don't work, you mean the like mainstream diets where it was like the Jenny Craig diet, where you only eat her meals. But I mean, the Jenny Craig diet kind of would work because if you only ate the Jenny Craig meals at a certain amount of time, you were only consuming a certain number of calories inadvertently, and that would cause you to lose weight ostensibly, right?
Yes, and then what happens when you decide that, oh, I've gotten thin enough, I'm going to stop this diet and start eating things that has a bit more flavor so I can stop feeling like shit.
Then you'd probably
What
gain
happens
weight.
then?
But I feel like you would have to
Yeah.
check. So again, and I've said this before. It's less about a diet, right, and more about changing your relationship with food in general, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, like you can still enjoy food, just don't enjoy it to the point where you're basically swimming in it.
Or don't enjoy it as much as you normally do. But the question is, should you feel full after every meal?
Like, not really. Your stomach isn't full of acid to keep that going.
So that's I find a lot, especially what I do, is I'm trying to feel that fullness after every meal, right? And I feel like things like breakfast, you probably shouldn't have that fullness, right? Because you're about to go off and work, or you're about to go off and do whatever, spend the rest of your day. Lunch as well, you have a good amount of your day left, right? You just need a little bit of food to pick you up because of whatever you've been doing throughout the day, whether it's whether the job is physically demanding or it's mentally demanding or what have you. And I feel like dinner is probably more the meal that you want to feel full, like full. But I think that maybe I feel like the kind of full that I get after every meal is the kind of full that like normal people get during Thanksgiving, right? And and I feel like the type of full I get on Thanksgiving is the kind of full that like professional eaters feel after they finish the challenge. So I feel like there is a different relationship with food if I'm going for a different kind of full. Does that make any sense? Am I speaking like Chinese?
You're making sense.
So
I agree that you shouldn't be chasing that full feeling. I used to chase that full feeling because I don't know, uh, shit just didn't go on around here. So I was always bored, always feeling like shit. It's like, oh, if I'm full, I'm feeling something, and that was just a toxic mindset. I'm still trying to work my way out of that one.
it's deep. The reasons that you have for doing whatever, they can get pretty deep. But anyway, I just wanted to see if the eating disorders, are they really considered, or is overeating considered an eating disorder? But yeah, I think we've
You,
established that.
you don't have to consider a disorder something that you're born with either. You can develop a disorder.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that you have to be born with it to be a disorder, but I was thinking more like if you throw up after every food. But I mean, I guess both of those things is sort of a mental, sort of they have,
Yeah,
they derive from a mental disorder where you're seeing yourself different, right? Like if you're skinny or you're bulimic, you're literally seeing yourself, even though you're skinny as fuck, you're seeing yourself like one of us, right? Like one of the fucking fat people, and you're trying to stop that image in your mind that, you know. And I wonder if there's like a body image thing for fat people as well. Maybe not all of us, but I feel like some of us definitely have sort of a body image thing going on where they don't really see themselves as too big. Or anyway, I like her buttons. The ones on the top. Up.
oh yeah,
God damn it.
they're nice. Yeah, she looks like she takes care of her hair.
Her pink ass hair.
My family is
It takes a lot more effort to
incredibly
take care of her
supportive.
hair, your
So
hair
my
when it's
dad
dyed.
is a teacher. My mom is the most caring person I have ever met. She is just a carer by nature. I have two siblings. My oldest sister, Gemma, is absolutely the spark of the family. She is sassy as hell, and I'm part of her care team. She has cerebral palsy, and we all take shifts with her. She really has taught me a whole lot about not apologizing for who I am. And I realized that when we see disabled people represented, we tend to either get trauma porn or
See, even disabled people, you can use you can be positive about your body, even though it's disabled. You know, I'm
Right.
sure there takes a lot of body positivity to get, to get mentally through having a disability.
absolute inspiration goals. We don't necessarily get to see disabled people being just multifaceted human beings. And my sister deserves to be seen. And I think it means something to be able to see disabled people just being people and doing silly stuff and having fun. And as much as she is, she's just a bringer of joy, that is underlying it for me. Something I wish that I was more okay with as a teenager, and that I'm still working on now, is accepting that life is messy. And
She doesn't even have a little bit of belly hanging over her fucking like bottoms.
Yeah, she doesn't even have any fupa.
This is not fat.
I think often we grab onto things that we think we can control to make things feel less messy and to make it feel like we have a bit of power over stuff. And for me, that was my body. You know, I grabbed onto it and I thought, if I can make this thing perfect,
That's a little
then
bit of a fupa there, though.
everything
Okay.
will be okay.
But she's like
and
laying on
I'll
her
be
side. That's an
happy.
unflattering
And,
picture. Like, look.
Yeah,
everything
she's
will be
kind of
good. And I
scrunching
thought,
up there.
Yeah, it's already unflattering. It's not, It's hard for a skinny person to look good doing a figure like this.
if I can make this thing perfect, then everything will be okay and I'll be happy. And looking back, there's no one quick fix answer. There's no one thing that you can grab onto, control, and then nothing's messy anymore, because it still will be. It will still be more complicated than you realize. And I just wish that I could have cozied down a little bit more with the messiness of life. Body positivity 6 years ago wasn't the very well-known thing that it is today, but it just started to pick up as I was exploring it myself. I was just using social media as a diary.
Happiness really isn't a size, and you can be happy in the body that you have, even if it's bigger than it once was. We're tricked into thinking that once we hit that perfect body, we'll be happy, we'll feel beautiful, and it's never enough.
See, I feel like she's talking to people who are thinking like, I need to be 115, I need to be 120. Like Virgo was saying, she's 150. She's like, I want to be, I feel like I need to be 120, 115. Like, I feel like she's talking to people like that, not people who are 375 and are like, I need an excuse to keep eating, right? Like, there needs to be some kind of argument to make that can keep me eating this McDonald's every day. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a different demographic that she's talking to, in general, right? Like, it sounds like she's talking to people who are overthinking about their weight, right? Am I too heavy at 180? And I'm fucking 6'2", right? Am I like people like that who, can generally chill out, but who've adopted this are people who are like myself, morbidly fucking beast. And so what they're doing is they're using body positivity as an excuse to overeat, or maybe even a reason to. Or maybe even they're using it as a way to attack you for maybe questioning them about their poor health choices or XYZ. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Do you disagree?
Not entirely.
No.
Like, some people can't help it. No, I actually I think I find I agree with you, because some people, it's hard to take accountability for your actions sometimes.
Oh, 100%.
Sometimes you'll look in the mirror. Sometimes you'll look in the mirror. It's like, that's not who I used to be, but it can't be my fault. It cannot be my fault. So they'll try and find something to blame. They'll look on the internet, find, oh, eating disorders are a thing. Maybe I have an eating disorder, and then they'll just start spiraling down from there.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
Will feel beautiful. And it's never
In that
enough.
situation, it's still their fault, though,
And
because
when I
they're
hear
just looking for
people
ways to not have to blame themselves
saying,
for it.
I read your book and I stopped dieting and decided to go to university, decided to travel the world, decided to tell this person who I've always had a crush on that I have feelings for them, and their life changes because of that. That's it. It doesn't, it's not my priority that people, look in the mirror and think, I look good. Like, I like that. I like when you think that. But that's not top priority for me. I want you to know that you're more, and I want you to go after a life that is about more.
So I can understand being more than your looks, but what about I don't feel good? Like when you start getting into the health ramifications. But again, she didn't say anything about being overweight. She didn't say anything about any of that. Okay, this seems very.
He's looking more. It seems like she was looking more into the point that I was trying to make earlier. With the whole Hollywood perspective on body types, where you just like, oh, I gotta be this skinny in order to look good, type of shit.
Yeah, I tend to agree with everything she said in this video. So, all right, now there is this person, Jessamine Stanley, on body positivity.
I'm out here. This is who I am. It's what I am. And if you don't like it, then you can suck it. People think that body acceptance means that you are complacent, and it's literally the opposite. It's saying, actually, I'm just gonna be happy right now. I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna stop moving towards someone else's goal, and I'm just gonna be happy right here. Now that I'm happy here, what can I do? And then once you acknowledge that, you can make all kinds of other changes in your life. You can't put a price tag on confidence and on personal development. Learning to value that over my physical health, over my monetary wealth. I mean, it's just.
I don't know
so
if you're
massive.
doing yoga and
Completely
you're that
changed the way that
flexible.
I
I have to
think about my
say,
life and
even
the way
at
that I
that size,
see
you're probably still decently in
healthy.
shape.
That's literally what I was thinking. I'm like, I was doing taekwondo and I was very fat, and I was very flexible and like this too, but I was pretty healthy. So
You probably, yeah, if you're doing yoga like that, you probably found a point to be, like a range to be healthy at your size.
yeah, I'd say that. I mean, I don't know her like specifically. I don't know if she has diabetes or anything like that, but Like, it seems as though if you're able to be this flexible and you're this active and you're doing yoga, then your body is, you know, pretty active and it's still moving. So,
like, you can be big and still be healthy.
yeah, she's very.
I
would say
do
she's
believe it.
healthy. Say she's pretty too.
Self moving through the world in general. When I say fat yoga, it's so that we can empower the word fat and just get rid of the importance that it has for other people. Even within the body positivity community,
I don't
there's
know if I'd
fat
rock the
women who
short
are
hair,
like,
though,
oh, but
but-
I don't want to show my arms, or you need to have your bust line covered, or whatever. And my thought is, how are we ever going to get over all of these stigmas if everyone is still covering up their body? I mean, it does us
God
no
damn.
good to have
Full-on
extended
handstand.
plus size
Jeez, she's
athletic
gotta
wear
have some good
lines. They're
arms.
frumpy as because of this whole like fat women need to cover up thing. My teaching partner Dana Falsetti and I never wear shirts to classes. We always wear sports bras because I've noticed that the more we do it, all of our plus size female students will stop wearing shirts. They'll take their shirts off in the middle of class, or they come in a sports bra. Your whole life, you spend your life thinking you have to have your arms covered and your belly covered, and there's one person who says you don't. That's monumental. I feel like any size person
I
can
have to
do
say
anything.
though, I do
You
kind
don't
of
have
agree
to
with her
get
on
to a
that
certain
point
place
in terms
before
of
you
like
can be happy.
wearing a
And lot of
sports
people
bra
think
instead of wearing
in order to
a
practice yoga,
compression
that you need to
shirt or some type of yoga.
Yeah, I mean,
Because-
yoga, sure, but I mean, like, I don't want to see that shit in Starbucks. You know what I mean? Like, I still feel a certain way when chicks that aren't fat walk in with like leggings and fucking like belly shirt. Like, where the fuck are you going? You know, I'm all for dressing like you want, but at a certain point, it's like, come on. Like, I don't want to actively not look at you because, you know what I mean? Like, it's the point where if I have to actively try not to fucking look at you because I don't want people to think I'm a pervert, then you should probably cover up. That's all I'm saying. Just for me. Just for my sake.
flexible or slender, and it's not the case at all. It's really just an opportunity for people to come back to themselves and realize who we actually are. If you believe in yourself and if you genuinely believe that you're just living life to live it because it literally might be over tomorrow, then you can't lose. There's nothing you can't do.
All right, I tend to agree with that as well. So I'm not seeing anything where she's supporting overeating or an unhealthy lifestyle.
So far the things we've seen about body positivity isn't overeat because you want to eat. It's a be happy despite the fact that you're kind of big right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so here's another video. This is 6 tips for body confidence with Grace F, Victory, and Megan.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Penguin YouTube channel. I'm Gracie Francesca.
And I'm Megan from Body Posy Panda.
Yes, and today we're going to be talking about our top 6 body confidence tips because Megan has a book that's just come out.
And so does Grace.
And in it we discuss our journeys to kind of loving ourselves wholeheartedly, inside out. And we're here today to kind of, I guess, help you do that too.
Yeah, we're just gonna like give you a little bit of a body.
Man, bruh. Chick on the right is really doing it for me, bruh. I can't help it. I'm sorry. She's like my tone, too. Light skin, British, thick. Ooh. With the fucking dreads, bruh. You kidding me?
I'm kind of feeling it for Megan though. Honestly.
Hey,
She looks nice.
We found our dates, bro, to the prom. Let's do it. The plus size prom. We going. It works as long as it's not a boat.
Yeah, she looks nice.
Confidence boost because you are perfect and you deserve to feel.
I like how we just choose our races. No, it doesn't work. I'm going for Megan. You go for Grace, just because we're not.
No. Hold up. What? Wasn't the black man in that picture she showed in her video her father?
Man, she's half black. That is some strong white genes. Okay, we've seen it. All right, fair enough. I get my Grace. You get Megan. Deal.
Feel that way.
So, Megan's at my house, by the way. This is my flat. And if you like this video, then afterwards head over to my channel where we're going to be doing a massive discussion on why everyone is so obsessed with being thin. or thinner. So if you like the sound of that, then click down below. And are you ready?
Let's do it.
Are you ready to begin?
Let's
okay,
do it.
right. Tip number 1. Treat yourself as if you are your own best friend. Because if Megan came to me and was like, don't like my body, feeling really down today, I would uplift her, give you words of confidence, and make you feel like you are hot as anything. So we should do that for ourselves.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, and if you wouldn't say it to your best friend, you shouldn't say it to yourself when you look in the mirror and tear yourself to pieces. Don't do it.
Yes.
Don't do it.
And no matter what size you are, no matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour, you are amazing and worthy of love, respect and kindness.
I can agree, but this is also where it can lead to a slippery slope of you giving yourself positive reinforcement for actions that could be harmful to yourself, right? Like, if you're doing something that is inherently bad for your body, you need to be able to check yourself. Like, if you do something that's inherently bad for anything else, you should check yourself too, right? Like, if you're spending too much money, if you're gambling, if you're doing whatever, you should always be able to check yourself. And I think it's really hard to sort of talk to your friends about stuff, like, you know, checking your friends about certain things, right? Like, it's hard to go to your friend and to tell them you need to change your behavior, but it's easier, I feel like, for you to maybe hit rock bottom and then to come to yourself and, you know, change that behavior that way. I feel like if you treat yourself like your best friend, there could be a situation where, you know, you're again reinforcing negative things that you could be doing, right? Like, if you're doing something bad and you go to the mirror every time and tell yourself how great and how awesome you are, you're going to keep doing the same actions even though they're detrimental to your health. At least that's the first thing that I saw that was kind of a red flag.
I don't know. That's something I don't particularly agree with. I don't quite believe in the slippery slope. I think it's pretty much well known as a fallacy in terms of logical arguments, as far as logical arguments go.
How?
Like, just because you do one thing doesn't always mean you're going to go and do something else.
No, but what I'm saying is they're giving themselves positive reinforcement, right? I'm not saying if you do something bad, like if you smoke weed, you're gonna go and fucking do cocaine afterwards. What I'm saying is, if you're doing a negative action, right, and then you go to yourself and give yourself positive affirmation afterwards, right? Like, imagine if you just do hella heroin and then you go to the mirror and say, you're not a fucking bum. You're not a drug addict. You're a fucking top dude. You're a dude that works
I don't think
hard.
that's...
You know what I mean?
I don't think that's positive affirmation, though. I don't think what you're describing is positive affirmation, though.
Well, what is it then?
Because what you're describing is them deluding themselves. If you're deep into the heroin thing and saying that, oh, you're not a bum, you're not a heroin addict, that's not a positive affirmation. That's just them deluding themselves.
You're positively affirming yourself in the mirror, right? I mean, it's not deserved positive affirmation, but you are positively affirming yourself.
What is positive about telling yourself you're not a bum?
Or you're an awesome guy. I'm a great dude. Like, you don't need to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you're giving yourself, like, you're treating yourself like your best friend, right? Even though if your best friend came to you fucked up on heroin, or like your best friend had an issue, a good friend would come to him and say, hey, something's going on. This isn't, this is not right. This is not healthy for you. Just like if somebody who was like super fat, like if your friend who was super fat came to you, you would say, hey, like, you should lose weight. Like, this isn't healthy for you. This isn't, which, are conversations I've had with people before. But the idea is, like, if you love somebody and they're doing something that's detrimental to their health, like overeating is, then you would kind of bring that up to them. Whereas I think what they're kind of saying is, no matter what, you give yourself positive affirmations no matter what's going around you. So that's why I gave the heroin example, right? So if like you're still doing heroin, you go to the mirror, give yourself positive affirmations, because like they said, no matter what, you should always give yourself positive affirmations. You should always be your best friend. Yeah. But I guess it depends on what you would consider a friend. Like, go ahead.
I can see what you're going at, but like the example you gave at first, the whole positively affirming themselves and then slipping into negative behaviors, it's about the equivalent of saying of someone hyping themselves up because they found $5 on the road and ended up getting a good meal because of it, escalating to the point where they start robbing banks.
No. What? No, not at all. What I was saying is that no matter what you do, you positively affirm yourself, right? That's what they're saying. They're saying no matter what, you deserve, that praise. You deserve to be loved. You deserve X, Y, Z, right?
I don't think they're saying that. They're saying
let's go back. Let me see.
They're saying, yeah. Let's listen to it again. Let's
curious. Yeah.
Refresh.
What size you are, no matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour, you are amazing and worthy of love, respect, and kindness. Tell them.
Okay, so no matter what size you are, and then I think that's more the issue that I have.
No matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour.
Her words can't be misconstrued here. I can see where you got that.
Amazing and worthy of love, respect,
I don't
and
think
kindness.
she's actively saying. I don't think she's intending
hearing
to
it again, I feel like I'm kind of being a dick about taking her words, like literally. Like I'm like, oh, so then you, no matter what, you deserve love and respect and kindness. What if you just do heroin all day, bitch?
Because it's even there in
I'm being a
the
little pedantic.
It's even there in the chapter header there, tip 1, treat yourself. I don't think it's supposed to be, like, engorge yourself. It's like, hey, you had a long day. You could do with some kindness. Be kind to yourself today.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the issue goes where they're like, I deserve that extra piece of cheesecake or something, right? Because I worked hard. And that's where it's sort of,
yeah, but you've made this point. You've made this point before. Everything in moderation. Like, if you got no self-control, that's an entirely different issue altogether. That's not slippery slope. That's just you not having control.
But I feel like that's where the issue is coming, right? You have people who don't have self-control who are hearing this, thinking I can go on a whirlwind eating binge, and then at the end of the day, give myself positive affirmations, and then guess what? We're all good. I don't feel bad for eating like a fucking piggy. You know what?
Yeah, well, that's not the slippery slope fallacy. That's a lack of self-control. The slippery slope fallacy is basically being like something that I've heard people try to use to argue that gay people are evil and will cause murders and genocides.
Oh, well, what I've heard is that gay people can't reproduce, so they have to reproduce by going after the youth and converting them to be gay. Which I think is
that's exactly it.
The conservative like vampire, the conservative gay vampire myth. It's like they're gonna turn your kids.
Yeah, that's the kind of logical arguments that the slippery slope kind of allows, right?
But that's not even what
I try not to entertain.
That has nothing to do with this. What I was talking about. Maybe I misnomered it, but like. What I was saying was that if you keep giving yourself positive affirmations, even if you're doing negative actions, right? Like, because for me, in my mind, how I work, I'm always the first person to critique myself, right? Like, I'm always the fucking hardest. Like, if you thought a video that I did was bad, I probably thought it was, like, worse by, like, 10 times, right? Like, every cut that I have in my video that's, like, fucked up, I try to redo it. I try to get it as best as I can, but if I can't get it perfect because I'm on a phone, well, then guess what? It's gonna look a little weird, and I'm definitely noticing it and cringing harder than you are. Maybe you didn't even notice it. Maybe you did. But, like, I'm the first person to critique myself, right? And without that, I feel like I would be sort of lost, right? Like, I have a certain standard that I have when it comes to keeping my work van clean, keeping my tool bag clean, keeping even when I work, right? When I stream, when I edit videos, like there's a certain standard, a certain quality that I try to keep. And if I don't check myself, I should be the first person to check myself before anybody does, right? And then sometimes I get other people's opinions. That's why I go to you, Rui, Kraken, etc. But if I'm not the first person there, if I'm always just like, oh, that's good enough, then my quality is going to be shit, right? And it's going to suffer. I mean, more than my quality is already shit, but I feel like it's going to suffer. Versus if I'm just like giving myself continuous positive affirmations, that to me just seems like it would lead to a slippery slope where you would have consistently mediocre or less of an outcome because you're constantly giving yourself, positive affirmations instead of giving yourself needed criticism. You know what I mean? Because you need criticism in life.
Yes, I can see where you're coming from, but you're kind of ignoring the fact that you can still give yourself positive affirmations and still be a bit critical of yourself and still try and improve, right? There's nothing separating the two. You can do both.
That's true.
You can say you did a good job today. You could probably do a little bit better the next day, but you did good today. Today was a good start. Be a better you tomorrow than you were today, but today was good.
I will, Megan.
Yes. Diversify your media feed. This is so easy. It's like the simplest way ever to boost your own self-confidence, because the more different body types you see every day, the better you'll feel about yourself.
Yeah.
And like, don't just stop at size either. Like, follow people of all different...
Is my media feed...
You know what?
My media feed is nothing but ass cheeks. Like female.
Your media feed is nothing but ratchet and ass.
Female buns.
Your media.
I don't think it has. It
It's
doesn't
fucking
give
nuke.
me. It doesn't give me
It's
any
fucking
bad
nuked.
bad, body positive feelings. You know what I mean? It's literally just
Not gonna lie. Looking at ratchet people makes me feel better about myself because I'm not a ratchet person.
Interesting.
Tip number 3. Step out of your comfort zone.
Yes, wear
Okay, these are just
something
good
that
tips for
you've been
life
told in
right
your
now.
That you shouldn't wear because of your body type. There's no rules. There's no fashion rules of like, you shouldn't wear this if you're a certain size, or you have to disguise this, or like flatter yourself.
Yeah, smooth down your stomach, wear Spanx. No, Spanx are so uncomfortable, and the sweat I produce is not okay.
You can wear
You
whatever
know what? I agree
you
with
like.
her.
Wear what
Yes,
scares you, whether it's
diversify,
like
but don't
bodycon.
be unrealistic with your diversification, right? Like Spanx, they're designed for people of certain size. Don't wear Spanx; you're gonna fuck yourself.
Do you think I should wear Spanx on stream and just fucking get up and show everybody the bulge?
I don't know how I'd feel. I'd be somewhere between being mortified and laughing my fucking ass off.
Wouldn't you think, like... I feel like I'd get banned if I just fucking stood up and had nothing but Spanx on. Okay, you guys would fucking...
Probably.
Block me, never watch my streams again. It would be not fun. Okay? But I'm just saying, Spanx are for certain people in certain places.
Short shorts, a crop top, just do it. So yeah, throw out the rules. Wear what you like.
And you can't grow when you're comfortable, so you have to be uncomfortable in order to grow as a person.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Tip number 4 is challenge everything around you. Start questioning stuff.
You know what? That is a really good rule. You can't grow if you're comfortable. Challenge everything.
Stop believing every little thing that you're told about your body and your value and beauty, and start thinking like, why do we believe this?
This is why they call you guys difficult.
Is this actually right?
And it's enlightening because I never knew, like 3 years ago, that you could be big and happy. I thought everyone that was big was unhappy. Everyone that was big that was on a diet. You can't possibly love yourself if you're not thin. I genuinely believe that. And now I'm like living my best fat life.
Yeah, and if you'd never started questioning that narrative,
I would still be on the search to be thinner.
And like, this is the thing, we think that this is normal. We think that hating our bodies is a normal thing because that's the only lesson that we've ever been taught about our bodies. But it's not normal and it's not right, and we don't have to believe it. Like, there is another way of thinking about your body.
I was making that point earlier.
Yeah, and challenge like brands on Twitter. That is my favourite thing to do. When there's like a brand who I love and they tweet something that's really fat shaming or body shaming, I have to reply and be like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
And it's really important.
What do you consider a fat shaming or body shaming tweet to be? Do you think like, because like I feel like a lot of things like, you know, I've been told that losing weight is considered fat shaming, even if you're a fat person.
That's not fat shaming, no.
Someone said that if you're losing weight for health reasons because your doctor told you to lose weight, you're fat phobic and your doctor is fat phobic. Okay.
Yeah, no, that is not fat shaming. That is the line of someone who doesn't want to put in the effort.
Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of people. So my question is always going to be like, what were the tweets specifically that you consider to be fat shaming tweets?
I would say I'd say that if you're just going around saying "get fucked, fatty," that would be fat phobic.
No. I'm not talking about normal people. I'm talking about because she's saying that, you know, she follows brands or she follows certain like social media accounts of like businesses that she says tweet out fat phobic things. So it wouldn't be
Actually, you know what? I do know the perfect one right now. I know exactly which one to talk about.
What?
Lululemon.
What a Lululemon? Do you have the tweet? I'd love to pull it
No,
up.
not tweets. No, their business model. Lululemon is a fitness brand specifically for the skinny people who want to get even skinnier. They are very harsh against people who are above a certain size. They don't make clothes for that size, and they're very aggressive when people call them out saying, "Hey, why don't you make a certain size?" Instead of being like, "Oh, that's just not the demographic we want to go for. We want to go for this." They are very gung-ho about trying to smack down anything about them selling to people of certain sizes.
I have no idea what I'm going to defend here, but I always love to play devil's advocate. So, do you think a company has a right to select what kind of clientele it wants to serve? Like if you have a restaurant owner, like you have a group of people that are about to own a restaurant, and they say, "Oh, I would like to own a restaurant that's more that caters more to the high end than the low end class, right? So I'm gonna make my prices very high, so that and the quality, of course, is going to be very high because we're serving high quality customers, but the prices are going to be very high because those are the kind of customers that we're going for specifically, are like high class customers, right?"
There's a difference in this example because you've specified that they're not banning people or preventing people from being able to do this. They are making the prices high, but that doesn't mean that a poor person can't do it. It would just take them longer to save the money to do it.
Right? Like if you're charging $85 for a creme brulee, right? That's going to be out of the price range enough for only certain people to be able to afford.
Yeah, they want to serve a better clientele. They want to have a richer environment, so they have a richer price range.
Lululemon wants to serve a smaller clientele, so they have smaller clothes that are reflective of the size of people that they want shopping in their stores.
Yes, but then they shouldn't be putting themselves as just a fitness brand.
Well, I mean,
they are speaking out the mouth and signing checks with their ass.
But what I'm thinking is, though, they should, because a fitness brand, like, I'm not saying all fat people are unfit, but in terms of majorities, right, the majority of fat people are probably unfit compared to the size of people that would be able to fit Lululemon's clothes, right?
Right.
So, because they're calling themselves a fitness brand, what they're doing is they're trying to say without saying that the type of people that would be able to fit these clothes are the type of people that are fit and in shape.
Yes, but what do other elite clothing brands do when it comes to larger sizes?
It doesn't matter what other elite brands do, right? What it matters is
No,
specifically what Lululemon wants to do, right? And then what they have the right to do. I'm sorry, you know I love to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
But still,
I
mean what I'm saying.
It is very much
they're probably
like
dicks,
okay.
But they have
to be
the
fair,
right to be dicks.
To be fair, I am saying that I am kind of trying to use obtuse examples to not just come out and say, oh, hey, the CEO is blatantly fatphobic and constantly belittling people who are over, like, size 5.
Yeah, I mean, but the CEO is
like, I try... Yeah, I'm trying to leave the CEO being a dick out of it, but it's really hard to do. I'm trying to come up with examples that make sense in a business-wide stance.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't... If you only want to serve a certain clientele, like let's say for whatever reason you're like, I only want to serve white people, right? You know, then you're going to make steps, because you can't specifically outright say that, but you're going to like, you know, sell, you know, extra mayo sandwiches, right? Like, I'm making jokes, but you're going to do certain things to do something without necessarily saying it.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing, but with fat people. They're saying like, it's a fitness brand, right? Like, you don't look like it's a fitness.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
I'm not saying it's right, but it is their right. You know?
To be fair, I never said that he was wrong like he wasn't allowed to do it, right?
It's just...
He's allowed to do it. It's a dick move to do it. It's not that he's not allowed. It's just not... It's not a nice thing.
So you think she's going back and forth with the Lululemon CEO, and he's just like, "You fat bitch," because all white knights.
You know what?
Fast. All
you know what?
Like a motherfucker.
I wouldn't be surprised if the next words out of her mouth is like, "I was talking to the CEO of Lululemon. He wouldn't give he wouldn't size up some clothes for me."
all white knight like a motherfucker, bro. I'll be like, yeah.
No, because like this exact situation was. Like, the exact situation happened when, like, I heard about the Lululemon scandal. Was a plus-size person wanted to get some Lululemon clothes because it was like, hey, I heard it's good to work out in, so hey, I want to get some, and then get rejected right out of the gate, and then when she prodded, that's when the harassment came.
Nice, there we go. Hell yeah, harass that big bitch. All right, anyway.
Use your voice and stand up for what you believe in.
Yeah, and that's the way change gets made as well. Like, change comes from us demanding better. So yeah, call stuff out, question everything, and like know that we deserve better.
Yes! Tip number 5 is to quit diet culture. Now, I never knew what diet culture was until I met Megan, and she was schooling me on diet culture, and I was like, oh my god. So, explain diet culture.
Diet culture is basically our society's belief that losing weight, being thin, and fitting this one image of beauty is the most important thing in our lives, and it's absolutely everywhere. It seeps into everything. So it's weight loss groups, weight loss adverts on your TV, all the talk everywhere you go about, oh, how many pounds have you lost this week?
Counting calories.
How good have you been? Have you been naughty?
Yeah, cutting out my carbohydrates. I'm not going to eat pasta tonight because it makes me feel like I'm heavier.
Yeah, and it's
pasta. Pasta's amazing.
Pasta is the food of the gods.
It absolutely
I'm eating pasta right now.
Diet culture is just this constant weight loss obsession everywhere. And we don't realise that it's a problem. Like, we don't realise that we're in it because we've been brought up to think that it's normal.
Yeah.
But it's really, really harmful to be constantly obsessing over the size of our thighs or what the scale says.
And when you quit that and you unfollow all those accounts, those fitness accounts, and those foodie, clean eating accounts that make you feel like you're not good enough because you're not doing this or you're not doing that. Getting rid of like this whole system, it's like oppression. Like, you have to be this way, otherwise you're not worthy. Taking that out of your life is honestly the best thing in the world.
100%. Like, don't do a detox, but do a detox of your life from diet culture. And that includes things like...
See, but that's, again, that's super toxic. And I don't think, anybody is disagreeing that diet culture is super toxic. You should want to strive to be healthy, not strive to be a particular look or a particular beauty standard.
This is like the point I was making earlier, the whole fucking Hollywood bullshit where only one type is healthy, only one type is beautiful type shit.
Yeah, but I think they're saying only one type is beautiful more than healthy, right? Like, I think diet culture is more in reference to what you want to look like versus how you want to feel. Because I feel like even they push it to the point where they're getting into, like, anorexia, bulimia, things like that when diet culture even goes too far. Diet culture in reference to what she's saying. I didn't even know the nomenclature diet culture until just now, so... yeah. I mean, to me, diet culture would be like the culture of like the Atkins diet, like what you were saying earlier. It's something a little different than, I guess maybe it's like two sides of the same coin. I think what you and her were talking about.
Beauty standards and health standards are they're kind of the two same sides of the same coin, because people consider what's beautiful and what's healthy to basically be the same thing when it comes to what they're seeing on the screen. So, I want to be healthy, so I want to be beautiful, so I want to look like this person that I admire on the TV screen right now. Because she's beautiful, therefore I want to be that.
True.
Constant diet talk that your friends are having, like, you don't have to engage in that. I don't think people realize, like, you don't have to take part in conversations that are harmful to you.
Yeah.
You're allowed to walk away, you're allowed to change the conversation because you're allowed to put your mental health first.
I had a revelation on holiday a few weeks ago, reading your book, and I was like, for the first time in my life, I genuinely don't want to be slimmer. And that, for me, I was really emotional in a way, because I thought that, for me, is a massive turning point.
Yeah.
And the flaws that we all have don't actually exist. Like, I'm actually not flawed.
No.
Society has made us think that we have flaws.
100%.
Stretch marks are normal.
Mm-hmm.
Cellulite is normal.
Cellulite is so normal. Oh my god.
I mean, maybe with weight you don't have flaws, but everybody in general has flaws, right? Like, you should always strive to be a better you. You should always you should always strive for self-improvement.
Yeah, no.
Get self-improvement.
I agree with you there. There's always something to improve. The stagnation leads to
complacency.
Satisfaction leads to stagnation. Stagnation leads to death.
See, to me, it's complacency. If you just allow yourself to stay, like, even if I'm not getting skinnier, I try to get funnier every day. I try to become a better streamer, a better presenter, a better, whatever.
Yeah, I think complacency is a better start for that. Complacency leads to stagnancy, which leads to death. Because if you don't grow, if you never grow, if you never improve in any way, then you're basically just ending your possible future.
And I think that's also something that's attractive too, right? To see in your partner that they're continuing to improve in something or continuing to grow in something, So like, even in terms of being more attractive in your relationship or more attractive to other people, if you're continuing to make yourself better or continuing to strive for a certain kind of quality or a certain kind of greatness, then that's gonna do nothing but give you positive dividends in the end.
Like, one thing I do is, even if it's small, even if it's something like just watching a new video on a topic I haven't heard about, I try to do something or learn something new every day, right?
It depends.
That's one little thing I can do to improve myself for the next day.
Just depends on if you remember the new thing that you learn every day, because you can't go one ear and out the other.
True, but if it was something worth learning, then I feel you'd remember it.
Very true. All right.
It wasn't even a flaw until about 50 years ago when someone realised they could make money selling us cellulite cream. All of our things that we think are flaws, we've just been taught that they're flaws so that someone else can make money off selling us the solution.
And they're not flaws. Like, there's not one part of you that is flawed. Humans aren't meant to be perfect either. Like, we have to get rid of this whole thing of perfectionism. We're not meant to be perfect or smooth or no. you're fine the way you are. Like, you're more than fine.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Okay. Tip number 6 is to buy our books.
Of course, tip number 6 was a promo. But I from 5, I feel there was kind of some mixed messaging there.
Go ahead, sure.
Because, like, she said, you can do things, but you can there's no such thing as flaws, but there's no such thing as perfection either. But perfection is the absence of flaws. So if you're not flawed, you're perfect. But if you're not perfect, you're flawed. You can't be both. This is one of those black and white things. If you are flawed, you're not perfect. If you're perfect, you're not flawed. Those are the two options. It is a dichotomy.
It is a dichotomy. All right, well, aside from their fucking book, which I have not gonna buy, is body positivity encouraging obesity? I have a 5-minute clip here from the doctors that
oh, fucking hell.
Hopefully will shine a little bit of light on it.
Fuck the doctors, man.
They're doctors, though. Come on.
They're not even real doctors. They're just people that Del Bigtree puts on the screen and claims are doctors, but they're not actual doctors.
Who knows? That might be
been such a good thing. We've talked about it on this show many times. I think it's helped people be kinder to one another, more understanding, but more importantly, to be able.
I see you, Virgo. Shut up.
To love themselves. But now people are asking the question, could this actually be making us more obese? A new study from Georgia Southern University has found that despite the increasing rate of obesity in the country, fewer people are actively trying to lose weight. And so then some people have taken that jump to a conclusion, okay, could there in some way, shape, or form be a connection here? And I think what they found was the percent of overweight people trying to lose weight fell from 55 to 49%. That's not a huge decrease.
But 6% when you look at the scope of the problem.
Given that rates are going up.
And the obesity is going up. So now 75% of all Americans, adult Americans, are either overweight or obese. It's pretty high, but I don't think that body shaming and guilt has any part of the answer, and there's no reason to think so.
Well, we know fat shaming does the opposite of the intended effect. Fat shaming does not work.
You're right.
Yeah. And I think body positivity is an incredibly positive thing that should stay.
But you need to entwine.
But you also have to talk about health positivity.
And that's the difference. People come in different sizes and shapes, and being bigger, if you're healthy, is okay.
We've gotten to a place where I think we've come to a realization, and we talk about it on the show all the time.
So these are the lib doctors, huh?
Hold up. No, Del Bigtree is huge conservative brain.
I don't know who the fuck. Who's Del Bigtree? Who the fuck is that? Is that
Oh,
Skeletor?
no, Del Bigtree is a fucking conservative
Is this
head.
Del Bigtree?
No, Del Bigtree. He's like a
is he on
fuck.
here?
I gotta research his ass. No, he's the producer of that show.
Oh,
like he owns a big multimedia network that puts shows on like that. Like they've had a lot of bad takes. Honestly, I think so.
Interesting. Del Bigtree.
I'm going to double
comedic villain.
I'll agree that
like
he's
one too.
Yeah, he's definitely a villain. Del Matthew Bigtree, American television producer.
Interesting.
The reason I hate this man, he is a supporter of the anti-vaccination group as well.
He's a doctor.
He's not a doctor. He's just a CEO of an anti-vax group and of a television firm. Oh, I hit my mic. Did you hear that?
A little bit, but it's fine. So interesting. I never heard that. All right, so watch these guys with a grain of salt. So far, I don't know. They seem to be agreeing with the
chicks
from before.
Yeah, I'm getting a huge sense of whiplash right now because they're actually saying things that make sense. I'm wondering where the boot's dropping.
Different sizes and shapes, and being bigger, if you're healthy, is okay.
We've gotten to a place where I think we've come to a realization. We
that is not Del Bigtree.
How smoking such a massive publicity campaign to talk about, hey, if you smoke,
To
you're
be
going to die
fair,
sooner.
Del Big Tree's only influence might be the fact that they support herbal remedies.
Okay, well, if you
not you, the herbal remedies. Not you, the herbal remedies. I mean, like shit, like.
What were you saying?
Fucking...
Del Big Tree supports herbal remedies. Well, then guess what, baby? I support
wrong
Del
kind
Big
of herbal remedies, like natural remedies, like naturopathic doctors and shit. You know, fake doctors.
The fake doctors, the ones that
The
don't
fake
cure
doctors.
the cancer.
The ones that don't cure the cancer, the ones that give you a coffee enema and then say they cured the cancer.
They're like, here, inhale this smoke.
Shove this piping hot black sludge up your ass.
Wait. It's hot when they put it up their ass?
No, I think it's cold, but I like to think it's hot just because it makes it
just because it makes it laugh a little.
No, it makes it sound as uncomfortable as ineffective as it is.
I feel like the coffee enemas are just like they're fucking doing like the downward facing dog with a tube and a funnel inside of their asshole, and then it's just like they're getting the pot of fucking coffee hot, and they're like, "Don't worry, it's coming." They're like, "Don't worry, it's coming." As soon as you hear it fucking steaming, I'm gonna fucking put it right up your asshole. Don't worry, it's not gonna burn the lips. It's gonna go directly into the fucking intestines, though.
Like, yeah, you get it. The piping hot coffee just sounds funnier.
Man. If you drink coffee and it gives you the shits, what happens if you shove it up your ass?
The intestines are much more effective at absorbing shit. So what would first happen is a lot more caffeine would be introduced into your bloodstream at once.
Then you would just start fucking shitting bricks up it.
Like the first thing that would happen, you get all that caffeine into one little section of blood. Then when it hits the brain, boom! It's like you just got fucking high. People have died from stuff like that, getting too much caffeine to the brain at once.
Could you imagine killing somebody with a coffee enema? How do you explain that to the parent? I poured fucking extra dark directly in her asshole. It was the dark blend from Starbucks.
I even added in the extra caffeine-loaded chocolate and that fucking extra-loaded caffeine lemonade from Panera Bread.
Of course I didn't use cream. Yeah, the doctors.
Going to die maybe up to a decade sooner. Mm-hmm. I do think, though, if you go to see the doctor and the doctor says, okay, we're dealing with some issues here, your blood glucose numbers, we're worried about your blood pressure, we're worried about your cholesterol levels, that to me has to be a wake-up call. And that's when we have to say, okay, we got to get health positive here. Sure. And I don't know, quite frankly, that the healthcare system has done a really good job of separating the two. Well, they have. Being overweight versus, look, some of your healthcare parameter numbers here aren't so good.
And I think part of it is the onus is on physicians to mention weight, and sometimes they don't bring it up because they're not maybe reimbursed to talk about this obesity issue. There's not a lot of subsidized things that overweight patients can do to then lose weight, right? Does insurance pay for weight loss programs? Does insurance pay for physical therapists, et cetera? But I liken it to this. It's like this person in a raft on a river, and you know that Niagara Falls, like, to their death, is 200 feet away. And you run up to that guy on the river, and you're like, hey, that raft, it looks good. I like it. The color is nice on you. Well, you don't mention the waterfall, the thing that is going to bring about heart attacks and diabetes and their early death.
It is our job, but it's a very difficult problem, and it's a very complex.
But see, it just goes back to people not wanting to hear what they don't want to hear, right? You don't want to hear that you're unhealthy. You don't want to hear that you need to stop eating your favorite fucking foods. You know what I mean? It comes down to self-control, and it comes down to just wanting to be babied. I think this whole fat, I think this whole I don't even want to call it body positivity, because all the body positivity shit that I've seen is
it feels like an insult to body positivity, right?
I feel like it's fat positive shit that's like the issue, right? Where it's like you have women that are clearly unhealthy, you have men that are clearly unhealthy, that are actively trying to support, other people being unhealthy, and they're trying to hide it under the moniker of body positivity. If you are unhealthy because you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, you have all these different issues because you're overweight, that you need to fix that.
To be fair, though, on like, okay, now I'm going to be the one playing devil's advocate on that end. Yeah, to be fair, if doctors didn't blame everything on people being fat, then people would probably listen to their advice on your weight, on their weight more, right? Because if you're even slightly bigger than average, the first thing the doctors are going to say is like, "Have you tried losing any weight?
Yeah, no.
Have you tried losing any weight?
Yeah. There's definitely a lack of health care when it comes to. I mean, there can definitely be some doctors that will use the fact that you're larger, and I know other fat people who don't want to go to the doctor for specifically that reason. They're just.
I'm in Canada, and they've even. I'm in Canada. Our healthcare is like slightly more freed up in that because we don't have the same constraints that American healthcare does, and even I still got it.
Yeah, they give you the have you lost weight, but I mean, in a lot of cases, the weight like a lot of us losing the weight would solve a lot of the issues that we're having, right? Like,
normally, yes,
I have back issues.
If you're feeling
like if you go to a doctor about back pain, right? If you go to a doctor about like back pain, and he tells you to lose weight, is he being a bad doctor, or is he like...
No, because that could be what's causing it. That wouldn't be a bad call. But if you're feeling abnormally tired, and the first thing they do is blame it on the weight, and then something else comes up and you just keep getting worse, then that's the wrong move.
It's always going to be the weight, right? It's up to you to push past that because like being overweight can cause so many different issues and so many different things that are wrong with you, to the point that a lot of them are not being unthorough when they're telling you, hey, you need to lose weight.
Some of them aren't, but some of them aren't.
But a lot of them aren't, because like being overweight causes so many different health issues, right? And there are so many different side effects to those health issues, right?
Yes, but but the few that are there have kind of like created a little bit of a little blemish that people are going to take into account. It's like I don't agree with the sentiment, but I do know why it causes it. But the whole bad apple spoils the bunch shit.
It's like, imagine if you had a car, right, and you never take it to get its oil changed, and when you go into the car, and when you go in, and you're like, okay, the first thing your mechanic asks you is, when was your last oil change? And you're like, oh, it's been, 3 years or something like that, right? Well, he can say, well, okay, so a lot of the issues that you have are stemming from the fact that you're not getting your oil change regularly. You're not taking care of your vehicle, right? So because you're not taking care of it, things in it are breaking down, and it's going to cost more to fix. Now, it's the same with a person, except you can't really pay to fix some of the things that can go wrong with you being obese for all these years, okay? So when a doctor is telling you to lose weight, a lot of the times that would fix a surprising amount of issues that we have, right? Like, hey, doc, it's really hard for me to sleep. I'm not getting good rest. I fucking wake up, my mouth is dry. My partner is complaining of snoring, and and they say that like I stop breathing during my sleep, right? And it's like sleep apnea, okay? So they give you a sleep apnea mask, and then you have the fucking CPAP machine. But if you were to lose 50 pounds, then you wouldn't need the mask anymore. Should the doctor mention that, or should the doctor just give you the CPAP machine, right? I mean, let's say the doctor doesn't know, but the doc doesn't know like specifically it's 50 pounds. But if the doctor is like, if you were less fat, you could, you probably wouldn't have sleep apnea issues, right?
Right.
But I can give you this sleep apnea machine and you're sleeping with it and it has, it draws in air and, does the whole thing. So, should the doctor mention that along with
Yes,
the
the doctor
prescription
shouldn't.
for the fucking CPAP machine?
The doctor should still mention it, yes. It shouldn't be the only option they explore. Because if they only explore the one option, they could miss something.
But what if it's the weight that is definitely causing his sleep apnea, right? Should the doctor push for him to lose weight?
Yeah, if it's only the weight, then yes, the doctor should mention it. That's not the point. The point is, if they're being dead set on just blaming it on the weight and not trying to do anything else in terms of running tests, then they're being unfair to the patient.
But what if the weight is the cause and you can only treat the symptoms, right?
If the weight is the cause, you have to run tests and find out for sure to know that for sure. Some doctors will not even do that, is what I'm saying.
So how would a doctor figure out what's causing tiredness? I mean, I guess we're not doctors.
Okay, so
it's like
tiredness
what
example.
It would be like blood tests. It would be like what sleep studies. Like what would you think would be necessary for you to feel like a doctor wasn't just throwing it on your weight?
A sleep study and a blood test would probably be pretty accurate, because going back to the tired example, sleep apnea can cause your tiredness, but another couple things that can cause your tiredness is just being overstressed and overworked, or being extremely dehydrated. Now, sometimes you can be extremely dehydrated from being overstressed and overworked, but if you're only blaming the tiredness on the weight, but you're also overtired and extremely dehydrated, and you miss those, then things are going to get worse.
Sure, but let's say you have a doctor that is, not going to say overworked, but, let's say he's completely busy, booked, has tons of patients, right? Now, you're having this issue of tiredness. You can either tell this person, okay, we're going to schedule a sleep study for you. It's going to be within a month. We're going to schedule the time, come out, and then we're going to have, doctors sit with you overnight. It's going to cost this much. Your insurance is going to pay for this much. And, in order for him to do that, he has to fill out probably tons of paperwork for the reason why he wants to do the sleep study, et cetera, and then submit that to the insurance company. So there's tons of things, right, that this doctor would have to do. Or he can say, all right, try losing like 10 pounds and then come back and then tell me if you're still having the same issue. You know what I mean? Try losing about 10 pounds and then let me know if you're still feeling the same thing, if you're still feeling... Is that doctor... basically just like, because he's telling you to lose a little bit of weight first, is he still as inattentive because he doesn't want to necessarily...
No, you literally described a good doctor visit, Marco. He did things did things that should help in the here and now and advised on some things that will help in the future.
Well, yeah, no, but
that's the good doctor visit.
But what I'm saying is the doctor isn't setting up a sleep study or anything like that. He's deciding to say, hey, let's lose a little bit of weight before we take the next steps, which is X, Y, and Z, right? Whatever that may be.
Yeah, but he did say he was going to look into it further. Like, a lot of the mistrust in a lot of doctors is because they won't tell you that they're going to do something, or they're just going to poorly explain that. Like, sometimes it's not their fault, but a lot of times it's just they only want to explore the one option. They don't want to be the one to be like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of things you gotta do, but here's something that could help you possibly in a month's time.
So, like, as a technician, there are fixes where you can tell a person, like, hey, unplug the unit, wait 5 seconds, plug it in, and it'll probably start working again, right?
Yeah, turn it off and turn it back on approach.
To me, a doctor telling you to lose weight first and then come back and see how you feel that's the same sort of scenario as that, right? Like if a fat person is coming to me saying, hey, these are the issues that I'm having. I'm tired all the time. My back hurts. I'm always out of breath. Sometimes I just get short of breath. I sweat a lot. It's like, hey, listen, lose like 15 pounds and then come back. Get on a good diet. Get on a good exercise regimen, because you have this level of coverage. We pay for gym membership. So if you get a membership for a gym, it's covered under us. I know Kaiser's doing that. So if a doctor can tell you to do these things before they come back, and I don't think it's bad advice, right? Like I think there could be an issue, but I feel like a lot of the times, people don't want to hear that it's the weight that's causing the issue. So what they do is, they try to obfuscate and try to say like, hey, this is, they say, hey, this is, this is not what I want to hear, so I'm going to make it like, it's just like when the fucking black dude calls out racism when it's like clearly not racism. Like I remember when fucking, what's that fucking, what's the Jewish movie where the dude was saving all the Jewish people, but he was working in a factory and he was pretending like he was working them and he needed more, and then at the very Schindler's List. So they had a showing of Schindler's List, and a bunch of niggas got kicked out of the fucking movie theater because they were laughing at some of the scenes when like the Jewish people were getting killed and kicked down the holes and shit, right? And so they got asked to leave the movie theater, and there was a huge fucking backlash, right? They were like, this was racist. You guys just saw like a group of black people together and got scared and decided to kick them out and blah, blah, blah. But what it turns out happened, and everybody had egg on their face, is that, when they were like, were you guys laughing during the Holocaust? They were like, man, we weren't laughing. It was just, when like he fell down the hole weird, so we thought that was funny. We was laughing at that. But we wasn't really laughing at and it's like, oh, so you guys were being little fucking assholes, and you got asked to leave. It has nothing to do with race when you go down to it, right? So a lot of the times people who are like, doctors don't really check into anything. They just tell you to lose weight and that's it. Maybe some of them don't, but I feel like a lot of the times you come in there and you're like, I'm out of breath all the time. I'm not taking regular shits. I'm like, and they're like, well, what's your diet like? How much do you exercise? Oh, none? Shit? Okay, well, you need to change these things or else you're not going to have a different outcome. That's my only thing, right? Like, maybe not all the doctors are bad. Maybe, some of these fat people don't want to hear the fact that they need to lose weight. Like, I'm not even, I'm very fat realism. I'm a fat realist.
Yeah, to be fair, this particular part of the debate is very anecdotal. It's hard. It comes down a lot to personal experiences, and you can't really get proof of it because, doctor-patient confidentiality and bullshit like that.
Yeah. Also, yes, Schmitty, you can get your gym memberships paid for with Kaiser. There's like a thing. At least it was in my benefits package. They were like, Kaiser will pay for your gym memberships with like Kaiser Active Plus or something like that. And it didn't cost any extra, at least not for mine. I have the one where I have the $20 copay, and that's it. Every visit.
I guess the point I'm trying to go with is like, yeah, you can tell your patient to lose weight. If they need to lose weight, they need to lose weight.
Yep.
But you stand to be a little bit. stand to have a little bit more aftercare, give them some steps on how, like, what they should do in terms of their diet. Like, there is a position called a dietitian in the hospital for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them, hey, go to this person, ask them get them to ask you a couple questions, and see if they can help you work out a diet to help you lose a little bit of weight.
But see, the dietitians, those are like those are like the actual medically trained, you know, that's not some bullshit Atkins diet, some bullshit paleo diet, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's different than the diet culture that these
that's why I recommended the dietitian there just now. Yeah, the dietitian is like, they're meant to help you work out a diet, help you get your calorie count low without sacrificing shit. Like, they know you need sugar. They know you need certain things, so they try and work all of that into your diet.
Interesting. Yeah.
Thing. It's not just, okay, well, you're overweight, get in the scale, oh, you're overweight, in fact, you're obese according to your BMI. Do this, but you know, there's so many other layers going on. Why?
It's mind, body, soul, cultural. The amount it takes to get in shape is not a quick fix. That's the problem.
I'm a little confused by this study. I don't know if it's skewed where it was done, but I would think with all the campaigns that are out there talking about type 2 diabetes and all the diet books, and people go out now and they list calories on menus and things, and people know how much sugar is in soda and certain.
It's just,
you would be amazed though, Drew, at how, as a society, we are so far down a path of the kinds of foods being everywhere that do lead to obesity and unhealthy living, and it's so easy to me to still get confused by what's really healthy for me. We still have food debates on this show. Sure. Should I eat eggs? Should I not?
Go with the arugula and
good
the
or not?
You can't go wrong.
Well, but I think the takeaway here to me is I don't know that it's the body positivity movement has anything to do with this. The healthcare system as a whole does not do a great job of addressing obesity, the disease risk factors. It just doesn't. And we do ignore, in some cases, the Niagara Falls, and at our own peril in some ways.
And if you look at doctors across the board, a lot of doctors are in very poor health.
Absolutely.
So it's very hard to preach to your patient, you know, hey, you need to not be obese. You need to...
Not every doctor is a certified swimsuit model like we are. Except for this dude.
Yeah, the doctor that told me I needed to lose weight was about the same size as me, so like it was definitely hard to take his advice at face value.
True. Hey, what's up, Lava? How you doing? Thank you for the shout out, Virgo, for Lava. Welcome in here. We're going into fat stuff now. Let's see. Remove. All right. Now we're getting into some of the more nuanced opinions about. We're going into some of the negative shit. The first video we have is Blair White just shitting, and I mean literally shitting on dead, extra large, body positive celebrities. And then we have 2 middle ground episodes on his being fat a choice. We have one with the ladies, and then we have one with the men. The ladies is featuring this chick Lauren De Laguna, and guess what just happened? Lauren De Laguna and Dee Schwangen had a fucking huge dropout where Lauren was trying to bang Destiny. Destiny didn't want to, and so I mean, no, she was trying to date Destiny, and Destiny was just trying to bang, and like, oh man. So then she started saying that he like records women, and then he started dropping logs. Oh man. Anyway, we're gonna watch one with Lauren De Laguna, and then we're gonna watch an episode of With Fit. But before that, we have Blair White just shitting on these fat bitches. All right, let's see Blair White shitting on these bitches. I love Blair White, bro.
Just because
Blair White's the shit. I'm joking, by the way.
I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I
Dear
say.
fuck, she looks like a fucking blow-up doll right there.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Today I've got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
Join me on my Fat Positive radio show.
Which didn't last long because she died. My hair is getting stuck on the Christmas tree. She's falling apart. Welcome back to my channel. There are a lot of lies that modern progressivism tells, right? And unfortunately, because a large chunk of the population
really
is stuck
going
on
hard
stupid.
into the fucking these libs are fucking telling you bullshit. I am the arbiter of truth. You will listen to me type angle.
Blair is very unlikable, bro. Blair is that one friend that you have that's like a complete. Blair is like Rui. Like you can't. Like, Rui is that one friend who you know some people are not gonna like him. You know what I mean? So you have to, like, be like, I'm not gonna bring Rui around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Silver? I feel like you don't, because you guys hang out in sort of, like, the same kind of spaces. But I know a lot of niggas where I could not bring Rui around. Because Rui starts to make jokes about sucking dick. Man. We're going to have to run. And the niggas is fast, too. But if we get to our cars, it's good because they shits are on fucking bricks. All right, anyway.
Watch out if they haul out the eggs.
I'm just saying. But my whole point is, like, Blair is, like, a very unlikable person.
She's a very abrasive, very...
But
confrontational.
I find myself agreeing with her sometimes, and it's like, I'm like, fuck. Okay, she's making sense.
They do believe that no matter how obviously deceptive and insane
she's also
the lies are,
showing like.
Wait a second. They just showed the yoga bitch.
Deceptive.
The yoga bitch is actually decently in good shape.
Yeah, she's decently in good shape, but I don't think she knows anything about
That's
that.
not my.
Kinda
Yeah, no. She's just
attacking.
I think this is
idea.
kind of. I think this is kind of proof that she's just looking for shock value in this one.
The lies are
because she's not. She's going for the surface level shit.
That is told
not
by
seeing
the
what they're doing.
is that you can be healthy at any size, that you can be obese and somehow happy. And that lie has spawned the absolutely hellish movement, fat positivity.
And I am 100% glorifying obesity, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's ironic, right?
What in the fuck is going on here? Is
It's
this
a voiceover.
Is this a trans man?
I don't know.
I
don't know this person, and she cut out the username, so we can't even verify this shit. I hate this kind of stuff. It's like they show us clips and shit, and then don't give us any way to fucking verify it.
This is kind of rough though, bruh. I don't think.
Glorifying obesity.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
But for all we know,
ironic,
this
right?
could be some guy that's on the right side who is fat but doesn't agree with body positivity, and then is clearly taking the piss out of the shit just so he can take the piss out of it. It could be satire.
That's what you're saying, okay.
Like, you don't know. This has happened before.
That it's called the fat positivity movement.
It's not called
Because
fat
they're not
positivity.
moving. Because TikTok has really taken the reins and has popularized it and taken it to this over-the-top level of exposure, we get to see these people documenting their journeys, their fat journeys. And what you're starting to see is these people are dying. Literally, famous influencers within this movement are passing away very young.
Blair, bitch, there's a problem with your argument there. We're literally all fucking dying.
I don't know about that.
Everyone dies, Marco.
Well, yeah, but if
some people quicker than others.
But if their lives are like actively leading them to a fucking early grave, and they're like, you know, promoters of this lifestyle so heavily, you know, it bears looking at. I'm not white knighting Blair White. Shut the fuck up. I'm just saying, if you're looking at this objectively speaking, right, and you have a bitch that's like, you know, as big as these people are, because these people are a different level than the chicks that we saw. Like, even the yoga chick is not on the same level as any of these.
I agree. This is some pretty, like, this is some stuff that it's very shocking, and that's the point. I want to say that I've not Blair White in particular, but I've perused a couple conservative channels who do have the same strategy of where they'll just pigeonhole a movement that they don't agree with and take the worst of the worst from that movement and make it seem like it's the commonplace thing. Just so they can make everyone in that movement feel bad.
Well, let's see. Let's see if she's saying that, though. I'm not saying if she's trying to say, like, it's a commonplace thing. Right now, so far, she's just said that these fat positive models are dying.
And
So the first person I'm going to look at.
That's also a shitty thing to do, by the way. The first thing she does is disrespect a person's life just because she doesn't agree with how they lived.
But if their lifestyle actively led to their death, you know what I mean? Like, you know the bear guy, the guy who died from, literally his name was the bear dude or whatever? He was, like, ripped apart by grizzly bears in Alaska, him and his girlfriend. I think it was, like, the grizzly man, right? He was ripped apart by fucking grizzly bears in Alaska. Do you know what fucking a lot of the, like, other bear experts said? The actual, like, they said, well, duh, you're gonna get ripped apart by fucking grizzly bears because, you know, of, you know, these reasons. They're fucking grizzly bears, right? Like, you asked for it. You know what I mean? Like, is it disrespectful of his memory for them to be like, well, I mean, look, this dude died doing something very fucking stupid, and this is why you shouldn't do it? Is that disrespectful to his memory? You know?
I'm absolutely sure they didn't phrase it the way you phrased it just now.
A lot of people did not like him, even before he died.
Was he... Okay, they didn't like him before he died?
No, because of...
Timothy Treadwell.
Yeah, because he would just go up and play with the grizzly bears like they were fucking, like, dogs. You know what I mean? And it was encouraging people to do the same. Which is, you know, you show a video of this dude being hugged by a grizzly bear and, like, playing with the grizzly bear like it's a dog or whatever. You know what I mean? And, you know, you have this kid that's sitting here watching it. Like, he's going to want to do the same thing, right? Sort of the same thing with this whole fat positive movements where you have these really fat influencers. You know, so she was a little harsh with the intro. Yes. But if their fucking lifestyle, like, if they died in a drive-by shooting, then she's an asshole. But if they died, you know, via heart, which is what I'm waiting for her to prove, right? Like, all of these people, what I'm looking for is for her to say, okay, they died due to, you know, complications, you know, from obesity, blah, 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 coronary heart failure, blah, 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 the kind of shit that they were saying. If she says, you know, if she's bringing all those kind of receipts, it's kind of hard to say, you know, if you make your fucking bed, you got to lie in it, and motherfuckers are going to point out that you lied in that bed. You know what I mean? So, that's just what it is.
I just dislike this kind of fucking, this kind of video format, the rage bait debate type shit. Yeah. Like, you try to prove your point by immediately using a point to enrage the person you're debating.
You know I love this shit, though. You know I love it. You know I do.
Who passed away is a very popular TikToker who goes by the handle of Sick and Tired of Waiting.
I ruined my life with food, binge eating, and lack of self-care. And I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time. You know, I ain't been to the store in 2 years, maybe more now, I guess. I went to the post office once and that was hard. I went to urgent care and I thought my legs were gonna give out from under me, because I had to stand there the entire time after walking in.
Can I ask what's positive about that? Especially given the context that you already have that
Can
she
you
is now
pause
dead.
here
This
for a
was her
second?
second to last TikTok.
There we go.
Okay. Blair immediately cuts off after her saying nothing positive, saying her being so fat and not listening to her doctor's advice ruined her life, and now she's trying to equate that to the body positive movement.
Well, this TikToker in general, I think she should prove that this TikToker is a proponent of the body positive movement, right?
Have you ever heard of primacy and latency?
No, explain.
Primacy and latency is a well, it exists outside of legal terms, but like when it comes to the legal courtroom, it's that people are always going to hang off of the first point you make and the last point you make. They're more likely to forget the stuff that you say in the middle. So you put your most important stuff at the beginning and at the end.
Okay, yeah.
So right now, this is the first point she's trying to make. This is the first piece of evidence she's brought forth, and already she's lying to our face about the clip we literally just saw.
She's lying by saying that this isn't positive. So this post itself might not be positive, but what is she promoting? Fat positivity is what the question is.
In this moment, no, she is not.
No, but I mean,
she may have done it in the
channel
past.
in general, right? Like, imagine if somebody is posting, like, imagine me who has all these videos smoking weed, and then I have a video where I'm like, the lung cancer is metastasizing. You know, I don't know how much longer I'll have. The doctors say it's because of all the dabs that I took and that I shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And they told me to stop smoking, but I kept, smoking. And then if somebody's like, so this is where fucking smoking weed gets you. And then you can't, like, stop and be like, no. He's not smoking weed in that video. You know what I mean?
Right.
If she was being
I feel like I'm
positive before.
Yeah, but I'm saying that. But what I'm saying right now, like, if she was body positive before this, then this is exactly the argument that you're making. It's like Blair White is saying that she's still being body positive in this video, despite saying, "I ruined my life."
I think she means more about her existence in general being body positive versus this particular video. Let's go back and see. She might say this video, and you can just shit on her.
And I thought my legs were gonna give out from under me, because I had to stand there the entire time after walking in.
Can I ask what's positive about that? Especially given the context that you already have that she is now dead. This was her second to last TikTok. What's really sad about this girl is that not only did she pass away extremely young, as you can see, but also towards the end of her life, she seemed to have kind of come to her senses about fat positivity, and she was actually trying to lose weight.
See, so she wasn't saying that. I think she was saying in general, like, what's positive about the issues that she's having. Not that particular video is positive, right? Like, she's saying...
Okay, fair. So it's not so much of a lie.
She's not looking at this particular video. She's looking at the outcome of a lifestyle and asking what's positive about that.
She's still looking at the extreme side of the debate, much like she is.
True. You got me out here defending Blair White now. I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, like, Blair White is the extreme, like, way more right than, like, most of the people I would be comfortable hanging out with, right?
Yeah. She's very right-wing. She hangs out with Alex Jones and shit, and they go shoot guns together.
Yeah.
And he really wants to fuck her. Because did you see where Alex Jones had that, like, weird thing with that one guy? He came out with the allegations. Yeah, well, he had transport too, but he had, like, there was this dude who had allegations against Alex Jones, like, groping him and, like, grabbing his dick and balls and, like, asking him for nudes.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
I did not.
There was a former InfoWars employee that was going through all that shit with Alex Jones, And then, like, Blair White's out here like, yeah, this is my friend. You know Alex Jones made a pass at her like, hey, if you want to, come back to my place and, you could stay the night. Alex, I have a house out here. My wife's not home. All right, we'll just hang out. You're my buddy, We'll talk about the libs. You're getting red, Alex. What's going on? He's, like, slowly getting redder. No, my dick's not getting hard. That's definitely not what's happening. I mean, yeah, bro. He wants to fuck Blair White. I'm fucking bet my bottom dollar on it.
She have kind of come to her senses about fat positivity, and she was actually trying to lose weight.
I was truly okay with dying.
The movement isn't even supposed to be fat. I guess maybe there is a movement called fat positivity that's separate from body positivity. I don't know.
It all went away.
This is my first time hearing about fat positivity specifically.
I cannot.
Maybe this is an entirely different issue that I've never heard about.
Being able to do this, and I have so many people that need me here.
Well, up there, that looks like her trying to get like
things that have happened,
some range of motion going.
It's the end for
like
me.
she's big, so she's got to do smaller shit in order to work up, right?
Maybe she was trying to lose weight.
Too late. So what's really sad about this story,
so it's not like she wasn't
Tess
trying.
Holiday commented.
It's just she wasn't
now dead
putting
girls
herself
TikTok.
down
Tess Holiday
because
is
she
a
is
fat
big.
model, an obese model who is famous for spreading this message.
Now, there are a few words that I don't allow when somebody comes into my house, and healthy is one of them.
That's really all you need to know about her right there, right? She is promoting to her audience, one of which we can see is a young lady who died, saying that she doesn't even allow the word healthy in her home. Promotes this self-harm, literally. Stop calling it that. It's called self-harm. Masked as self-love, which is sick.
When it comes to
oh my
what
God,
these
this means
people
so
like to
much.
fucking
I love
put
you.
forth.
Thank you.
Wait, go say that again.
Okay. When it comes to healthy food, sometimes what people peddle as healthy is not healthy at all.
Yeah,
right?
but most of the shit that fat people are eating, and me included, is not healthy food. I'm not gonna ever sit here and say my diet is healthy. It might not be what a doctor considers healthy. You know what I mean? It's.
Oh yeah, no, that's not what I'm.
But we're not talking about like the fake, the fake health gurus that are just like, oh, if you fucking drink my shake a day, you can eat whatever you want, no fucking problem.
To be fair, if I got burned by a health guru, I would not want to ever hear the word healthy again.
The whole point is that like we're not talking about like we're talking about like a prescribed diet by like a fucking dietitian, right? Like that's the kind of shit she doesn't want to hear,
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah, you know what? Fair. She literally did just haul out 2 halves of a big bagel with a fucking huge amount of cream cheese on it.
It might just be a joke where she literally means it, but either way, it
could have been slapstick.
It is promoting being unhealthy to your audience because she was on live
Yes.
saying it. So I mean,
no, that's kind of irresponsible there. Yeah,
you caught her slipping up. All right. That doesn't mean that she constantly does it, but I don't know. Blair White so far hasn't made any missteps nothing I don't agree with.
So much. So
she's just still very abrasive and a bit of a bitch.
She's very unlikable. I don't know, bro.
Encouraged you to self-harm in this way, that led this cult, that brought you down this path, as if excluding the word healthy from your vernacular is somehow self-love or somehow loving yourself, that refusing to take care of yourself or give a fuck about what happens to your body.
You've only shown a clip. You haven't proved to us that she actually meant that.
Self-love? And y'all want to look at every political influencer when there's a political tragedy in the world, right? And say, oh my God, it's this one's fault because we see they followed this influencer and we see this and we see that. And sometimes that's applicable. Sometimes there are crazy people in the world who tell people to do crazy things. But a lot of the times I see very benign, like standard political commentators getting hit with, hate articles about how they led someone to committing some sort of atrocity. Meanwhile, Tess Holiday is up here speaking at the United Nations after a clear-cut example here of leading a young girl into death.
we have been affected in the plus size modeling industry, and as she was sharing overall, by deep issues that are rooted in racism. I mean, the fact that folks despise larger bodied individuals roots back to
Okay, stop
racism.
priming the
It all
audience
roots
with
back
fucking music.
But come on, though. You can't say that being fat has roots in racism.
She's trying to make a point. If she wants to make a point, make the point. Don't prime it with stupid music to try and make it sound even worse. If it's a bad clip, it's a bad clip. Let it be a bad clip on its own.
Fair enough, but it's a fucking really bad. That's really bad, though. So,
yes, but the fact that she... No, I can't. I do not like this manipulative type of nefarious shit.
Yeah, it's manipulative and nefarious. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I feel like it is something I would do because it's. I promise.
Yes,
I would do the fuck out of this. Like,
but
if it
half
was a
of the
Nick
time,
Fuentes video, like, come on, you would shit on.
Yeah,
it
but
too.
But Marco, you brand yourself as a comedian. You're taking the piss out of everything half of the time. So it makes sense for you to do it. Blair White is trying to be a political commentator right now. Stick to the facts.
But do you agree with that? Fucking being fat is fucking being fat phobic is rooted in racism.
Being fat phobic is not rooted in racism. I know why she chose the music choice. That doesn't mean I approve of the music choice.
Fair enough, but it's a really bad fucking point. I'm sorry, I can't. It's a really bad point. Like, she got her on this one. That's why this person had to sneak record this.
Racism.
Tess Holliday, who sees herself as
Also,
some sort of
we don't
fat
even have
Rosa
the full
Parks.
context of the clip. What was she talking about? Like, I know Blair White implied that she was talking about someone's death there.
No. She was.
How are we to know?
She said that she led this girl to death, and this chick was talking about how fat phobia was rooted in racism. How it's like one in the. I don't know if she's gonna say it was one and the same, but she wasn't talking about that girl's death at all. She just said in general that this chick led her to her death, which I don't agree with. I feel like there are also other people that, you know, kind of lead the same lifestyle. She would have gotten there without this particular chick. She just was kind of the most famous person who is profiting over, or who is promoting this lifestyle that sort of did the thing. As a fat man, I'm gonna save up and buy first class. But yeah, no, it's if you decided to eat the extra food, bro, like, you should pay for the extra seat.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if you're that fat, you should not be fucking encroaching anybody's space. You know, have the extra seat.
Yeah.
Put something in it if you want, but like, you shouldn't be fucking.
As left wing as I am, I have to agree here. Like, this is a concession that would have to be made.
As a fat man, yeah, either pay for the fucking first class or buy an extra fucking seat.
I am capable of sitting in a seat on my own.
I don't know if I can,
but
I might be too fat to do that.
I'm a very leg heavy guy with a little bit of gut.
I'm a very
leg
and gut heavy guy.
I can scrunch into a tight seat if I have to. So, but if I had to take up two seats, I would buy the second seat.
Yeah, and it's not even take up the second seat. It's just, you know, you're gonna be encroaching into that seat so hard that you should. Yeah, I agree.
If you're crouching into the space, airplane seats are small, but that still doesn't mean that you should be encroaching on other people's seats.
Yeah,
I will crush my nuts I will crush my nuts in order to make sure I'm not encroaching on anyone's space.
Yeah, no. Well, if you buy that extra seat, then you can have a wide stance.
Then I can have the widest stance. I can show everyone my massive cojones if I need to.
Yeah, easy. And if you and your lady are big, buy the aisle, right? Just 3 seats. Buy that one extra seat. You guys sit across next to each other.
Yeah, and then you can fucking. Yeah, you can snuggle up you can meet in the middle there. Snuggle up.
Kinda. I don't think you can do that though, because there's like the seats don't go all the way up. The arms, at least I don't know. I haven't been on an airplane in a while, in years.
Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on if you're not on Delta or not.
Yeah, don't fly Delta or do fly Delta. I don't know. Is it bad? Is it good? Who knows?
To be fair, there are way too many stories of people getting assaulted by Delta employees that I would never fly with them.
Just be real with it, bro. Just be like, hey, bro, I know you a real one. I'm a real one too. If you don't want to start fucking tussling in the aisle. Just me, 7. I'm just fucking throwing stewardesses through the fucking bitches. Bam!
If you want to start shit on this plane, we can start shit on this plane, but this plane ain't going to be able to take off afterwards.
I could capsize this whole motherfucker. Come fuck around. And then the fucking air marshal comes by. He's tripping. Now I got to take him down. Anyway.
You're too big for the taser to work, so you just haul the taser
in
from
my
him
opinion,
with the
more
extra
like a fat Charles
pack
Manson.
and shoot him
Just
with
a cult leader.
Exactly.
Literally led this girl to death. And you have to wonder why the establishment pushes this lie so hard, right? Imagine a population easier to control than a sick one. Look no further than the fact that they pushed that lie as hard as ever during COVID, during a pandemic for which something like 70-something% of the people that were hospitalized during COVID were obese.
Label they made
and yet,
up, honestly.
they were still pushing that lie.
I don't know.
And yet, Tess Holliday
Fat
dared show her
positives
face
feels like a misnomer.
in that climate. But little kids going to the park during COVID were killing grandmas. Okay, glad you all got your 7 boosters. Maybe you should have not
now
gotten
she's
the 7 hamburger. Like I just.
Oh, don't you tell me she's
wait,
trying
they
to
were giving
fucking
the hamburgers for
shoehorn
free
anti-vax
if you got
rhetoric
the
into the
booster.
middle of this shit.
She's very anti-vax, but I don't agree with that.
Oh, what the fuck? This is not the appropriate forum for anti-vax. At least keep on points.
Literally. Doesn't matter. She's making her fucking points. But like.
Okay, glad you all got your COVID. We're killing grandmas. Okay, glad you all got your 7 boosters. Maybe you should have not gotten the 7 hamburger. Like I just. Oh wait, they were giving the hamburgers for free if you got the booster.
Did you say free fries when you get vaccinated? If this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination.
Hey, hold up.
I'm getting a very good feeling.
Nothing keeps the
I don't
population
see
more
how
constant
one
than
burger
keeping them in a
every
constant state of
couple
poor
of
health.
months is a bad
And
thing.
if you can convince that population that that self-harm they're engaging in is actually self-love, just gaslight them right to their faces. No, you love yourself if you glutton yourself to the point where you're not mobile. Tess Holliday is inspirational, and the Victoria's Secret models actually set unrealistic expectations. Listen, this can be very subjective, and y'all can disagree with me, because you're free to be wrong. But in my opinion, it's a whole lot more unrealistic to become the size of a mountain than to become that size, right?
No, not even a little bit. It takes so much effort and so much fucking...
You could see the definition of the... How long do you think these women had to dehydrate in order to be able to see the definition of their abdomens?
Look at this bitch's
How long?
legs. She has the legs of like a Somalian fucking refugee. Like, this bitch needs help.
You could park a plane in her thigh gap.
This is ridiculous. It's way
This
easier
is
to
more
get fat.
unrealistic. Yeah, it is way more unrealistic to be that thin. And honestly, I do not find people that thin that attractive.
Blair White reminds me of the anti-Ari. Like the exact opposite of Ariana. It's just, but they have the same, girl, please. Like, it'd be fun to watch them, like, fucking go at each other. Just, like, fucking yell and just be like, ooh,
Honestly, half of the women on that stage look like even when I was at my lightest as an adult, I could still snap them in half accidentally.
Yeah, they're very tiny.
To become the size of a mountain than to become that size, right? Because I can't imagine the
It is
amount
harder to
of,
lose weight than it is to gain.
like I've been saying, self-harm it would take to even get to that state. I mean, a lot of them say it just crept up on them, but like, I don't know how much I believe that. It's got to take years. So like being thin is unrealistic, but being Tess Holliday's size is realistic. A
That's
body
how
size
it
that has
works,
not even really
the
existed
creeping
until
up
very
shit.
recently in history. It's a bit
You don't
supernatural.
notice it because it happens little by little. And then when somebody finally points out, hey, you're looking a bit big, you're like, that's when you finally look in the mirror and then look at what you used to look like and realize, holy shit, what happened? That's how creeping up works.
Fat. Because you know how society treats us, and you're treating us that way. You can frame it as self-love and blah, 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 and all the other shit you're saying, but the science doesn't agree with you. The science says that what you are doing is harmful to fat people.
So Dr. Kat Paz is another leading, was a leading voice in the fat positive movement.
Hi, my name is Kat, and I'm usually the fattest person in the room. Join me on my fat positive radio show, Friend of Marilyn, where we talk fat politics, scholarship, identity, culture, and activism with fat people from around the world.
She was a Massey
Why is there
University
so
Fat
many?
Studies.
Why are there enough
Professor?
to I don't know.
Fat studies. What the f are you studying? And y'all want to say that the colleges haven't fallen. Y'all want to look at people crazy when they say colleges.
Okay, how old was
It's
Kat
not quite
Paz when
what they
she
used
died?
to be.
Let's check.
Fat studies.
I'll check there now.
Check and see how old she was when she died. The other ones were younger. But yeah, Blair White is very unlikable.
43. She was 43. 42.
That's pretty young.
She was almost 43.
That is pretty young. Jesus.
The
Yeah, that was
science
pretty young.
isn't actually as clear cut as
But
we'd like
people
to
die
believe,
from heart
and
attacks
there's
at
not really
35, so
quite a consensus yet
for an
about the
obese
real
person
relationship between weight and health.
with
Obese people and even morbidly obese people have just as
heart
good health,
issues,
or sometimes
that's
even
probably
better
longer
health
than was
than people
expected.
who are in the healthy weight ranges.
I'm not trying to make light of these people's death. It's actually very sad. And as someone who has struggled with eating disorders throughout my life, and someone who just knows about body image just a whole lot, right? Y'all see the before picture. It's been a lot. You know, it's clear as day a whole life. And someone, it's actually very sad. And as someone who has struggled with eating disorders throughout my life, and someone who just knows about body image just a whole lot, right? Y'all see the before picture. It's been a lot. You know,
I don't see any fucking before pictures.
It's clear as day to see
She
these people are
means
not happy.
they've
and the
seen
lie that
the
these
before
people themselves will
pictures.
tell you is that
Because
they are happy.
she's
but
talking to her own
science
audience
has
right
more
now.
and more shown that mental health is directly connected
She's
to
not
gut
trying
health.
to convince. She's not trying to convince people outside of her audience. She's trying to rile up her
There
own
is so
audience.
much about the gut that science is discovering. A study showed that patients with depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and autistic spectrum disorder have different gut microbiota compositions.
Up to 50% of dopamine that your body synthesizes is synthesized within the gut. Dopamine is that little chemical that makes you happy, makes you want to live life, makes you feel pleasure.
Oh, don't you?
Keeps your mental health in check. Like, you need dopamine. You definitely do. You can't do anything without dopamine. Ask anyone who has ADHD, which is a dopamine deficiency disorder. They can't do much.
What specifically is it about poor gut health that causes more anxiety?
It's inflammatory based. A lot of people will think of swelling. Inflammation can cause swelling, but really the inflammatory process involves the secretion or the production of lots of chemicals in the body that can have a
What's the name of
negative
this doctor?
effect on cells. With poor gut health, you can get chemicals that are secreted by some of these bacteria. They travel through the vagus nerve, loosening nerve connections. So for optimal brain functioning, you need nerves to tightly connect to one another. If you start getting loose connections between these nerves, you start getting inadequate functioning. That inadequate functioning can be responsible for both depression. You can also get malfunctioning of certain structures in the brain that are responsible for controlling or modulating your anxiety.
So if you have a suspicion that these fat activists when they say they're so happy and it's all about self-love and they're, you know, fat liberation, they say. They feel liberated, they feel free, they're happy, they love themselves. If you have a sneaking suspicion that that's all bullshit, you're correct.
My boyfriend's new apartment hates fat people. This is the kitchen. This is the fridge. Oh, let's go. Oh, it opens from the other side. Oh, can't fit here. Oh, every time you want to go to the fridge. So I guess what we could do is we can just like open it the other way, right? And then sneak in while it's open. Here we go. Oh!
Waffler69 is another example of a TikToker that died extremely young. He died at 33. My God.
TikTok star Waffler69 has died at the age of 33.
Okay.
The famed foodie, whose real name is Taylor, died on Wednesday
She
night.
said
His
that
brother
she's
Clayton
not
announced
trying
the
to
sad
make
news in a
light of their
TikTok
deaths, right?
Yeah.
Why is all of her examples revolving around people who died?
Well, because she's trying to point out that a certain lifestyle leads to a certain end.
Yes, but if she's trying to make a point, and she doesn't want to make light of people's deaths, then she doesn't have to point at the dead people. There are plenty of living people that probably make just as good of an example.
Well, yeah, but if you talk about the living people, then, you know, are they about to die? No, you're just giving them kind of publicity, right? If you're pointing out the dead people, then it's sort of proving the point that this has an ending in its death. At least that's what I would think.
Video.
The ending to all life is death.
But she hasn't showed. What she hasn't showed is how they've died.
He has passed away from a presumed heart attack.
Clayton told TMZ that Taylor was experiencing discomfort, and when things got worse, he called an ambulance to take him to a hospital, where the Louisiana native died that night.
I'm 30. I can't imagine having 3 years left in my life because I'm making eating videos on TikTok. What's really sad also about him is if you look back at his videos, his first videos, which never hit, that the algorithm never picked him up, he never got famous for them, were regular videos. They weren't him eating. And then as soon as he started eating crazy shit on camera, his shit went up. So it's like he got stuck in this weird dystopian, psychotic 21st century problem of like, I'm getting paid to eat unhealthy foods and like gross people out on camera, and it's killing my body, but it's making me money. It's very dark. It's very dystopian, like I said. He wasn't necessarily on camera talking about fat is beautiful, you can be healthy, but he was taken by clearly the idea that he can just live on and eat like that, which is a lie directly told by the fat positive movement.
Shouldn't have brought this nigga into this. He's not a fucking fat positive fucking. All he does is make videos eating shit, and he was a fat dude that died. He's not fat positive.
It's just a fact.
He has nothing to do with the movement. You're just gotta bring this nigga in here. Okay.
You can't.
She's ragging on fat people at this point.
He died of a heart attack. It's all heart attacks, right? Jamie Lopez is another example of a young woman died at 37. And this one is really sad. She seemed like a really lovely,
Go back for a second.
Woman full of life.
Jesus. She's full of something.
I want Tristan Justice. Let's see who he writes for. The Federalist, well-known right-wing extremist newsletter.
At least it's not Breitbart. I never heard of the Federalist, really.
To be fair.
It's a 1-minute read. When did this video come out? 5 months ago. 1.5 million views.
Another example of a young woman died at 37. And this one is really sad. She seemed like a really lovely, woman full of life. And what's really sad is she's another example of someone who towards the end of her life decided that she wasn't actually feeling positive. She wasn't actually happy being that obese, and she was trying to lose weight.
And I knew I had so much more purpose and so much more life to live. I've been working on myself to become mobile again. I completely changed my eating habits.
This is keto pizza. I just took it out of the oven.
I lost 400 pounds, and I've been learning how to walk again.
But sometimes you get yourself to a certain point and it's just over. It's a wrap. she also passed away. She had a TV show centered around her and all the other employees being morbidly obese.
You ready to get supersized? Baby.Beauty Couture is the first ever salon by plus size girls for plus size girls.
Can't nobody tell them they not fly at 700 pounds. You better go big or go home.
The all-new series.
The whole gag of it was like, we're big and we're beautiful and we're salon workers and we can do what you can do and you can't do what we can do because your legs are going to give out, your heart's going to give out. It's just, these are just simple facts. And why y'all get so upset about simple, inoffensive truths beyond me.
They're pretty offensive, but
beyond me. As a result of these people dying,
completely
people are
offensive.
leaving the movement. As you
They're
can
not
see.
simple and they're not offensive. Sometimes they're sometimes it's very nuanced.
And I'm not going to sit here
Some
and say
people
the
can't help
community
it,
put a
and
gun
they
to my
just
head
want to be
and tell me I was
happy.
going to be fat forever. Because I take responsibility for my actions, but reading the shit in the body positivity movement and interacting with the people in the community at the time enabled me to not make good decisions for my health. I'm just being honest, based on my experience. I know other people have had better experiences with it, and I love that, but again, that's just not my experience. I personally didn't think that there was anything positive about me and my body when I was not taking care of myself. And I was obese at one point, and people will still say, you weren't obese, you were mid-size, if that. I was obese, and people just don't understand what that is anymore because everybody is overweight.
I actually feel kind of guilty for being a part of this movement. I see a lot of fat girls who gained a lot of weight from being caught up in this movement and turning around 5, 6, 7 years later talking about, damn, I let my health go to shit. I got this problem now. I'm 400 pounds. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm not claiming that you got to hate fat people. That's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. But let's be for real. Health is real. Organs failing is real. Diabetes, heart disease, all that is real, okay? It's not fat phobic to care about your health.
And as you can imagine, of course, those ladies are getting massive amounts of hate because they dare to not want to die.
It really sucks that all of these people who showed me what body positivity was, who taught me about the movement, who were saying things like fat bodies deserve respected care and that weight loss doesn't always work and yada yada, are then turning to it later on and no longer uplifting or having the same messages.
God forbid they observe what's happening to others within the community, dropping dead suddenly. Oh, suddenly. Y'all know.
Okay, here's where the conspiracy theory comes in.
Often say
of
that.
Course.
You think she's going to go to the Jews? You think it's going to be the Jews that are doing this? What do you think? George Soros?
No. I don't know. Del Bigtree might. What about Del Bigtree? Del Bigtree is on their side, and he's Jewish.
Del Bigtree, yep.
When an idea just doesn't make any sense and it flies in the face of logic just so hard, but people are so hell-bent on believing it, half the time when it makes no sense is because it's like a sex thing. I believe this. The furry thing doesn't make sense. So for me, it's like, that's a sex thing. A lot of these trannies coming up, I look at that and I'm like, oh, that's a sex thing. That's not the same. No. A lot of the times it's true. We are beings that, sex is like our fuel. And it's wild, but it is. So if you ever had a sneaking suspicion that the fat positive movement is just a sex thing, there's some validity to that if you look at the history of it, which is actually very dark and scary. Enter NAFA, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance.
They're mad as hell and they're not gonna diet anymore.
I look a lot like my fat mother who's 80 years old and she mows the lawn, and I think I'm lucky to get this body.
You are sexy and hot.
And what they really mean is to advance the fat fetish, because the leader, Bill Fabry, started this movement because his fat wife was getting ridiculed and he became ashamed of being with her. So he created an organization that on its face was trying to get people to accept fat women specifically. It's always the women, right? Notice how there's no men in this movement other than perverts who are into fat women. Basically, this group descended into an entire
Why do you gotta be a
group that
pervert to
on
be into
paper
fat
looks
women?
as though it's,
People
for
can have a
society's
type.
benefit apparently, but it's
That
actually
type
just like a
doesn't
fetish
always have
meetup
to
group.
match your
During
type.
the 70s, NAFA also started adding personal dating ads in their newsletter of what was usually a fat woman looking for a partner or a fat admirer looking for a fat woman. NAFA also held annual conventions.
Notice they
where
mentioned
members show
150
up
as
to
being overweight.
Look at the big smile on this dude's face. He's so happy. He's so. You know that? Have you ever seen the Far Side comics where there's like she's looking for the Chihuahua, and like she's like putting up signs like lost dog, and then the Chihuahua's in her butt cheeks, and then like this dude wants to be that Chihuahua. You know what I mean? He wants to be in between those big butt cheeks.
NAFA also held annual conventions where members show up to party, attend events, and socialize. These events were, according to members and non-members alike, a giant meat fest, full of lots of lustful behavior.
The videos.
A meat fest.
The videos.
Enough with the diet talk already.
Welcomed as a hero in Newark, lawyer and author Professor Paul Campos, whose controversial book, The Obesity Myth, has just hit the shelves.
And that it doesn't make any sense to focus on our weight, and it especially doesn't make any sense to focus on making fat people thin, which is an absolutely crazy kind of public health policy.
And everybody claps. You can see this is literally just some weird pervert trying to appease a room full of women that
we only heard part of his
has
speech.
a hard on for. It's literally just clear as day.
He has said points that we've made earlier, and
we kind of need. I mean, he hasn't really made any points, but we kind of need a little bit more than what you showed us.
You could see that.
Yeah, like
he claims the obsession
he said,
with
diets
is more
aren't.
about idolizing
We got to get rid of
thinness
the whole
than
diet
health.
thing
All
because
of
it's
the hysteria
unhealthy.
that we're hearing right
which
now
is a point
about
I
how
made
there's a
earlier.
huge public health crisis because of increasing weight is just that. It's hysteria. It's moral panic. It's not based on some sort of legitimate health crisis, of which there is none in the United States.
They created magazines with
Okay,
fat
now
women on the covers that were not.
He's sounding a bit more weird. There's definitely a health crisis in the United States.
This dude is fucking crazy.
X-rated, but pretty damn
There's
close.
definitely a health
They would
crisis
have all
in the
these
United
meetups
States,
and these
and it's
events
the
where
United
people would
States'
go
own
to them,
fault.
and people would often walk away with very sour experiences because these women would go into the events thinking that it was about, positivity and about, accepting yourself, and advancing society for fat people. And what they would find is it was a room full of fat women and a bunch of perverted dudes who weren't even fat, who wanted to have sex with them. And it was basically just like a big free-for-all. And it was a highly sexual event. So that's the history of literally where the fat pop.
I love Blair White. It's like the history of it is a bunch of fucking perverts trying to fuck fat bitches. So that's where it started. It's like, whoa, what?
Positive movement started out of like a sex fetish group.
Yes.
And here's where y'all are going to say, Blair, you're kink shaming. I am. What are you going to do about it?
Shots fired.
If your kink is like, forcing someone or encouraging someone to eat themselves to death, you got to be checked. You're a sick. And now you have a bunch of women, young, confused women on TikTok that have fallen into this.
Come on, bro. You can't show these
their
bitches
body.
like this.
And they think it's about self-love. They have been convinced. They have been neurologically rewired.
Welcome to A Day in the Life of a Fat Activist. I start the day off feeding my cat some treats because she needs to know that unless she's fat, I won't love her.
Okay, this
Then
is
I
clearly
took a bath
satire.
because
right?
I'm far too lazy
This
to
is
stand
obviously satire.
and need to preserve all the calories that I can
Well,
for
yeah,
the day. Then I filmed some TikToks, making sure to glorify obesity and show everyone how cool and trendy it is to be fat.
They have been bamboozled into thinking that themselves is loving themselves. And that's, again, about the most dystopian thing I could imagine.
I'm gonna be
Again
honest,
with this
there's
fucking music.
a lot of really fat phobic people out there. Even in the queer community, I was a go-go dancer at a pride party, and the amount of money that I made versus the amount of money that the thin people made was not the same. Sometimes people don't even feel comfortable like putting.
All right, we're not gonna watch Blair White just fucking roast these bitches.
Yeah, no, this is just fucking react time now.
Say what you want about her ass. She made a couple of good points. A lot of her points were no. I mean, what do I disagree with?
The only thing she's got right is the fact that people do need to get their heads on straight and realize that, yes, Sometimes, a nice majority of the time, being fat does not mean being healthy. Some people are healthy when they're big, but a lot of people aren't.
No,
that is about it.
I feel like I mostly agree with everything she said. No, she said something that was controversial that I kind of didn't fuck with. I don't know about these dopamines produced in your brain. Most of them are.
Yeah, the whole gut health thing kind of got to me. Like I hear gut health every now and then, and usually when someone's referring to gut health, they usually bring up the idea of leaky gut causing shit. Which is that in itself is a myth. Like, leaky gut isn't a thing.
Okay, well, anyway, let us continue.
Like, did she even show us the fucking name of that doctor?
Probably
that
not.
Doctor.
The doctor probably isn't legitimate. I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily disagree. She's basically saying that a lot of these fat fucking positive influencers died. Some of them were trying to change their lives before they died, and those people who changed their lives were ridiculed by the community. Now, how large this community is could be a question, right? If it's just like a handful of influencers, it's like a small issue, then that's one thing. But if it's an actual issue where it's, kind of becoming a problem, that's another one.
Yeah, but I also noticed that they were conflating fat positivity and body positivity. Are they the same thing? Are they different? She never really explained that point.
No, I think fat positivity, that's not a thing. Fat positive is not a thing. They're called body positive, right? And I think fat positivity is sort of hiding within body positivity. And I don't agree with fat positivity, but I can agree with body positivity. So, yeah.
I agree with being happy about yourself. I don't agree with being self-destructive with it.
It depends. I mean, so sometimes you don't even realize you're self-destructive. But yeah. If I had
Blair White is as charming as skunk perfume.
Blair White's a little charming. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Thinking about it, I'm like, man, if she's quiet and stays in the corner and doesn't speak, you know what I mean?
Doesn't.
It just doesn't give her opinion on anything. That will never be Blair White, though. That's part of what's charming about her. I'm not sitting here saying positive things about Blair White. Fucking, she makes good content.
She makes rage bait content.
It is, but it's like entertaining at least. I want to take like tips from that and like incorporate that shit. All right, you skinny bitches, let me show you the truth about what it's like to be fat. And then just start, and then just like pull the shirt off. Slowly though. Anyway, speaking of pulling off shirts slowly, I have, like I said, the 2 Jubilee debates. So I have the first one with, I think it looks like women and men, maybe just women. And then the second one with only men. Okay? So, the second one, fit men versus fat men, we're going to watch second, obviously. And the first one, we're going to watch right now. But the thing is, this first one has Lauren De Laguna in it, who just had a little bit of controversy with our boy D. Schwangen. As in, she wanted to fuck him and he didn't. Or,
I'm sorry.
She wanted to date him and he didn't want to date her. Anyway, fat versus skinny. Is being fat a choice?
There's a big difference between the people who are telling people go out and get fat versus a Lizzo who's saying accept me the way I am.
She's not just saying accept me the way I am. She's dressing extremely scantily clad and then saying if you don't think that it's normal for a morbidly obese person to be wearing a G-string in the middle of public, then you're the problem.
That's Lauren.
Being fat or skinny is a choice. Agreeers?
All right, I guess we already answered that. Fat dude agrees.
Of course, not every factor is purely choice. I don't think that every factor is, but I do think a majority of it is. And in most cases, for most people, being skinny or being fat is about willpower. It's about the environment you grow up in, sure, but who you choose to associate with, what sort of things you choose to listen to, who you choose to kind of have as your friends around you and support you. All of those things are choices that you can make that will lead you closer towards being one or the other.
I know what I do with my body. I know what I put into it, day in and day out. I choose not to eat some days. I choose, how I want to look. And I don't fault anyone for how they want to look or how they want to be, but I think it's a choice at the end of the day. I'm very, always wish-washy on how I want to be presented and if I want to gain weight or not. But the only person that's going to gain the weight at the end of the day is me and me myself.
For me, it's calories in, calories out. Go to the gym, you'll get buff. Don't go to the gym, you won't get buff.
Calories in, calories out. That sounds like a familiar point. Who's made that point that she's interacted with before?
I wonder who are you thinking of?
I don't know. It sounds like there's some fitness. It sounds like something I don't know.
I don't think Blair White said that. Did Blair White say it? And I don't think she said.
No.
Was it Destiny?
No. I'm trying to think if Destiny said anything like this before.
Yeah, I don't know if Destiny ever
ever addressed it over.
Destiny has never talked about a lot of fat stuff before, at least not from my knowledge. I mean, maybe he has.
Okay.
It's not like I have an encyclopedic knowledge. Oh,
no,
you know what? He has talked about fat stuff before. But I think the only thing that he said that it was like 98 per. There's if you are a morbidly obese child, there's a 98% chance that as an adult you will not be able to get back into a healthy BMI range.
What I'm trying to poke
that's
at
the only
here
thing that I've heard him. He's just talking about like childhood obesity and that kind of thing. And I've heard him call people fat fucks.
I'm trying to figure out if Lauren here is you having her own points, or she's taking her own points from other people and not bothering to think about it.
I don't think Destiny would be somebody she would take her points from. Destiny is somebody who she wants to like be with because of his status and because of his influence and all that kind of shit, and because he's on his way up. She can see that, so she wants to kind of hop on. But at least, I mean, it could be that or it could not be that. It's just my opinion. And I don't know much about the situation just from, the live stream and shit. Anyway, but she's more conservative when it comes to her beliefs. Like, they argue about shit all the time. If she's going to get her beliefs from somebody, probably would be closer to Andrew Tate, maybe Myron from Fresh and Fit, someone along those lines, versus somebody like Destiny, who now she claims she hates, but, she was just trying to hop on that thing 2 seconds ago. All right, anyway.
There's genetics that could cause you to want to eat more, but even with the genetics that cause you to want to eat more, the same solution is calories in, calories out.
I think the whole choice is, always determined on who they are, and it's not going to just be a thing done overnight.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of...
If this nice guy with the glasses just fucking tackled this dude and, was attempting to, crush his head like the mountain did to the fucking viper, do you think he would have a chance or any ability to stop him if nobody came to his aid?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather be the fat man. Because if there was another larger man here, it'd be like, okay, they would be fucking tussling. But this dude would easily get just, on the ground. No! Try to fucking break his fucking arms, just fucking get on his head, fucking just start gouging his eyes.
Yeah, no, that guy looks really thin. Like, he looks like you could just swing him by his ankles.
He looks like you could take him by an ankle and whip him like a whip, and it just breaks every bone in his body.
But his spine snaps at the speed of sound, making a cracking noise.
We've made fun of a lot of fat people. We should probably continue to making fun. He looks literally like if there was a skeleton with a thin piece of like cellophane that was like pink colored wrapped around. It's like fucking Skeletor, bruh.
He
And
looks
he's
like
got
the
the
poster
one
child
ring.
of people who...
He's got the one ring on his neck. Like, well, are you fucking Frodo? Like, what is that?
He looks like the poster child of people who eat celery and only celery.
He looks like one of the motherfuckers in the house that you don't go to. That's just at the end of the block, where as a kid you like trick-or-treated there once and he opened the door very ghoulishly and told you to leave in a very harsh tone. And then like you end up having an adventure there when you're 16.
If he gave him a hunch, he'd look like the underfed manservant of Dr. Victor von Frankenstein.
Jesus. Alright, I think that's enough. We've given this guy enough shit. Continue with your day, skinny sir.
I think it's like breaking the barrier and breaking a lot of things, not only your body, but also breaking your mental state.
Sure.
And again, that depends on who you are and what you want to go through.
Disagreeers?
Uh-oh. Now we're about to debate. So being fat or skinny is not a choice.
I
Well,
felt
who
like
is little
as a
Miss
toddler,
Pretty over here?
I always viewed myself as big. I grew up in a very poor home, so where my mom couldn't provide the meals that she could healthily. So when we would get free meals, even then it would be canned food, and it would be very much food that's not as edible. It was food for us, yes, but then I felt like once it reached a point where I was old enough to try to make my own choices, I made all of the wrong choices. I wasn't eating, and I was only eating grapes and lettuce, and that was mainly because I was in a sport, and that sport just worked me out so hard. And it was to the point where I just was scared to eat. I didn't like it. I would only drink water.
When you were eating grapes and lettuce, were you thin?
I was the thinnest I could be.
Were you still big though?
I was still big, but that was the skinniest I've ever been. And that's coming from somebody who was only eating somewhat salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before a practice.
Do you think?
I can't believe that. I just can't. I can't believe you're only eating lettuce and grapes and you're fucking. When you say were you thin, it's that you should be thinner than this nigga here. If you saying that, you know what I mean? You can't just say you were eating nothing but lettuce and grapes and exercising back in the day when you were a kid. You're embellishing a little bit. There's, in terms of just chemical biology, that's not possible. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? I'm kind of calling bullshit on this chick's story. And I feel like they can't necessarily do that and still be kind, but I'm calling bullshit. Silver?
I'm trying to figure out, maybe she was, but how many of those grapes was she eating?
There's no way you can eat enough grapes to keep yourself. Because when she said as thinny as I could be, meaning that she was probably still pretty big. And she's one of these chicks that's no matter how much I try to lose, I can't lose.
Yeah, she said big child, grew up big, right? Poor family.
Yeah, it's the thing is though, right, with me, sometimes I'll get home and I'll be like, man, I haven't eaten all day, right? And sometimes that's a lie. Sometimes I'm in my mind when I get home, I'm hungry and I'm like, man, I haven't eaten all day. In actuality, in the morning, I went to McDonald's. Oh, I forgot about that. I went to McDonald's in the morning. Damn, I forgot about that. Sometimes I haven't eaten all day when I'm broke or I can't spend money or something, right? And then I won't be able to buy food throughout the thing. But a lot of the times you forget a lot of the shit that you do. And that's for the same day with me. So she could say shit like, oh, I only had lettuce and grapes. But she was probably eating burgers for lunch. She probably had lunch, breakfast, dinner. She was probably eating shit like that as well. You know what I mean? Maybe she was having, as a snack, lettuce and grapes instead of, the snacks that she would have now, which probably would be a little bit more substantial. But, you see what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no way you're eating lettuce and grapes and you're not looking like this motherfucker.
Salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before practice.
She did
Do you
say
think that right now you would
lettuce
not be
and grapes
capable
were for
of
right
becoming?
before practice and only then, right?
Yeah, but that's not. I think she's trying to paint the picture that that's the only time she ate, right?
I was still big, but that was the skinniest I've ever been. And that's coming from somebody who was only eating somewhat salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before a practice.
Do you think that right now you would not be capable of becoming a thin woman?
I possibly would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had like that leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out, go and do this, like your weight is probably not your fault. It was always like, your weight is your fault, so that's your issue.
I mean, I also struggle with, thyroid and my own blood issues. I'm not quite sure, but I do see an endocrinologist and I go see a doctor. It's a choice.
Literally. I hate to agree with Lauren, but you can't, do you see how when she was talking, there were a lot of vagaries, there was a lot of generalities, like maybe a doctor said it could possibly be connected to my She never went to the doctor to see anything about a thyroid. It's just, coming from a fat man, I know excuses when I hear one. It's just excuses. Right?
Yeah, if you're saying maybe, possibly, doctors don't speak.
No, they're not. Well, maybe it could be connected to your thyroid, possibly. You know what I mean?
Doctors don't speak in maybes very often unless they're actually uncertain.
Yeah.
I'd like that.
And if they're uncertain, it's not very likely.
I never made the connection, and I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had that leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out.
But do you see, she's like, oh, somebody told me possibly it could. There's no, thyroid issues, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to obfuscate and trying to say without saying, oh, I possibly have a thyroid issue, that's why I'm big. But, you could just be eating a lot. Again.
Yeah.
The same shit that I do is, I'll eat some shit and, literally be like, oh, I haven't had anything to eat today. When in actuality, I have 3,000 calories or something.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt for a second there. If she is talking truth and she's saying she was always big, then it's possible. I don't know how likely it is, but it is possible that she was born with a thyroidism problem, and it was just never screened properly.
I'm not
And if that's the case, then it would end up being in a situation where it would progress too far to the point where you couldn't really treat it anymore. It's just something that you would mitigate at that point.
But see, check this out, right? My whole point is this. It's not even thyroid condition or not. Here's my point. You've never even been to a doctor about this particular scenario, right? There's no reason the term thyroid should come out of your mouth. Does that make any sense? Especially that has to do with your weight, right? Have you been to the doctors for a thyroid condition? Have you had blood tests? It's a whole process that goes with that, right? If you're fat, you need to just take that responsibility. That's the first step, right? If you're fat, it's saying, I eat a lot. This weight didn't just come from nowhere. I didn't just drink this on with water, right? There's a lot of calories coming into my body. Where is that coming from? You know what I mean? And if you really want to lose the weight, and some people aren't interested in losing the weight, right? Some people just don't give a fuck, right? If you want to be that, you can be that, but you got to stand on business. You got to be like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. I'm overweight, and I'm going to stay overweight. I like eating. I'm not really going to change my lifestyle. I'm here for a good time and a long time, right? But don't try to use things like medical conditions or try to put the fucking responsibility or the blame off on anybody else. Stand on your shit. I'm fat because I eat. I know that for a fact. I eat a lot. Okay? Whether it's in the mornings, right in the morning, and then I go throughout the entire day, go throughout the entire day, and then eat after stream or on, kick or something like that. Whether it's that, or whether it's, eating a little bit of something throughout the day, right? I eat a lot. My weight came here. It's not, you know, it's not a question as to how I got fat. And my heart goes out to those who really do have medical conditions. But I think a lot of people who claim that they have this shit don't really have it. You know what I mean? And this is one of those chicks that doesn't really have it. Because she's on a show right now that's being viewed by millions of people who are scrutinizing the shit that she says, she's not going to come right out and say she has a thyroid problem. But I bet if she was in a smaller crowd, if she was just, you know, talking to somebody like, oh yeah, no, I'm heavy because I have a thyroid condition. Knowing that, you know, saying something like that on here, you'd have to bring receipts, you'd have to back that up a little bit. But she tries to do this bullshit. When I was younger, somebody mentioned thyroid and weight, and I didn't connect it, and blah, blah, blah. But if she was this is just a guess, this isn't true, I haven't heard her say it, but my guess is if she was in a smaller circle of, like, people were just having conversations, she would say, like, oh, I have a thyroid condition, that's why my weight is like that. Like, you know, nobody is gonna, in society, nobody's gonna be like, oh, really, you know, and start questioning you about that. They're just gonna say, okay, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess your weight's not your problem. And then proceed to go out with you and watch you eat a whole tray of nachos and, like, a whole thing of wings and also get a burger and fries. And it's like, God damn, bitch, you put down $67 worth of food and you've been taking shots the whole time. And then you're like, let's go to Baskin Robbins afterwards. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, okay, that's where your weight came from. Versus, I don't know where it comes from. I'm just, you know, there's just a thyroid condition. No, it's a fucking eat-roid condition. Anyway, you got any comments on that?
Not really. Like, you let me, I can see where you're coming from. I was just trying to put into perspective, like, she did say that her doctor did say that, right?
No. She never said. She said, oh, I was talking to somebody and maybe they said, listen to how she specifically talks about it vaguely.
Tested, probably would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid.
Do you see? Like, does that... I was supposed to...
I must have got glamored by the blood test top.
I should have been drug tested when I was... She was never blood tested. She was never nothing. There's no reason to even bring up your thyroid into this. Okay, like, I'm just saying, right? You know, it's like, imagine if you're coughing, and then it's just like, are you all right, man? You got a cough. I don't know, man. You know, I sounded like, you know, the homie was over there talking about it could have been cancer. So, you know, it's like, you know, I thought maybe I need some chemo, you know? You got any weed? It's like, what? What kind of undercover cop bullshit is this? I never in my life, you know, like, this is it doesn't make any sense. It's like that whole sentence just isn't like it. As a professional bullshitter, this sentence sounds like bullshit.
I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid.
See, but like, you were supposed to get drug tested, but you didn't, or blood tested, but you didn't, because it should have been your weight and connected to your like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's, like, you're jumping to try to get to thyroid. Like, you don't have a fucking, you're like, oh yeah, no, I should have been blood tested, you know, and they said I couldn't when I was, but it could have been connected to my thyroid. Like, you're trying to get to that buzzword, I feel like.
Thin woman.
I possibly would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had like that, like, leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out, go and do this, like, your weight is probably not your fault. It was always like, your weight is your fault, so that's your issue.
I mean, I also struggle with, you know, thyroid and my own blood issues. I'm not quite sure, but I do see an endocrinologist and I go see a doctor. It's a choice to do the requisite steps. It's a choice to go grocery shopping instead of going to fast food when it's easy. It's a choice when you're grocery shopping to go to the outer aisles and like not go into the bread section and not go into the junk food section. These are all
now, real quick.
Go ahead, slam on it.
People trash fast food all the time, but, like, You ever see the caloric value of the wraps? It's like a McDonald's wrap. It's relatively balanced. So if you go pick up a wrap, it's not like you're just going to get fat just because you ate from McDonald's, even though you ate something healthy from McDonald's.
Yeah, but
eating healthy is eating healthy, even if you got it from a fast food joint.
Yeah, that's pedantic though. Like, you're not getting a fucking wrap every time you go to McDonald's. Think about it like this, right? Like that's literally the same. Like, that's like what? Trying to think of a. That's like being like, oh yeah, you drive down Prostitute Alley, and when the girls come to the window, you only talk to them and give them pamphlets about, finding God or something. Like, no, bro, you're trying to pick up hoes. Like, if you're going to this particular, if you're going to a fast food restaurant, you know what I mean? You are gonna get something unhealthy. Like, you're thinking about burgers, fries, like, your go-to at a fast food place isn't something that's generally healthy, right? Or even
that's the choice aspect there. Yes,
but
you can still choose to get like a wrap that with chicken breast meat and lettuce and a salad. You can choose to be healthy.
But you can get a better salad from other places though, right? Like if you were going to get a chicken wrap and a salad, there are way better places to go than a fast food spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if this is a whole cost and time thing here. Like, if you could afford the time and the money to go get a better salad at somewhere else, then go get the salad somewhere else. But if you're tight on a budget and you need something quick, you need something easy, and you need something healthy, then fast food ain't bad if they got like healthy options, even if it's not the healthiest. It's still healthier than their other shit.
It's healthier than their other shit, but it's not like it's not the same as if you have even if you went to like maybe a fucking like a sandwich spot and got a salad from there, right? And also a salad depends on, and salads are generally better than like Big Macs or burgers, but it also depends on what you put on it. If you have a shit ton of blue cheese dressing, if you have fucking fried chicken processed, just like Schmitty says, if you have fucking croutons, if you have all of this extra shit on there, you know what I mean? That's not necessarily the healthiest salad you can go with, right? I remember when my mom was losing weight, she would have a salad with no dressing. She would use the fucking pickle juice from the jalapenos, and she would have beets, and then that's what she would eat for dinner for the longest to lose weight, right? It was all about, and she would go for like walks up the hill. This was before she got real sick, and she was still kind of limping too back then, but she would go for her walks, and then and like she would eat her salad, but it was very much what she put on the salad that mattered. You might as well get a burger sometimes with some of the way, like the way I do my salads, you might as well get a burger. You know what I mean? Because sure, there's lettuce, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers. There's also a shit ton of fucking blue cheese. There's also a shit ton of actual cheese. There's also a shit ton of chicken, like fried chicken breast probably. There's gonna be croutons on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's gonna be in like a fucking big bowl, right? So if I'm doing a salad like that, it's not much better than like a burger. But then when I do my burgers, I also do like 3. You know what I mean? So like I said, when I eat to a huge excess. So, yeah, it's it depends on what you put on the salad. But my whole thing is this chick is definitely lying about the thyroid thing. And I mean, she's a pretty girl, you know what I mean? She's chubby, sure, she's pretty. But I'm smelling a lot of bullshit coming off of her when she's talking about the thyroid thing. That's all. And I instantly saw it's a flag redder than all that, the shirt and the hair combined.
Steps. It's a choice to go grocery shopping instead of going to fast food when it's easy. It's a choice when you're grocery shopping to go to the outer aisles
wait
and
a second.
not go.
Do you think it's cheaper to get a bunch of shit to make a bunch of salads from the grocery store or to get a fast food salad?
This depends on scale. If you're going to be eating that salad every day, then it'd be cheaper to pick up the stuff yourself. if you're going to be eating salads whenever the mood takes you, it'd be cheaper to get it fast food because scaling does matter.
Yeah, it
like if you're eating for one, if you're eating for one, it's probably cheaper to just buy the salad from a fast food joint.
I was thinking about doing, just now, I was thinking about maybe doing because a salad is because I was honestly, I'm getting older, take my health into account. So my whole thing is the reason why I get fast food when I go out is because I want something that's gonna be fresh, hot, crisp or whatever. I don't want anything that's been sitting, getting soggy, blah blah blah. I was thinking maybe I could do a salad as a as a lunch, right? And then I would put the chicken in a different bag so that it doesn't do it, and I'll put the croutons, of course, in a different bag, and the dressing, I'd have it all. But then I'd take the salad with me and just have that salad for lunch instead of a whole, 2 Big Macs, fish and fillet, 2 large fries. Let us continue.
Into the bread section and not go into the junk food section. These are all choices.
As a disabled woman, I can't do a lot of the things that people say, calories in, calories out, oh, you gotta go work out and exert it. A lot of the things that are typical, oh, this is how you lose weight, put me in the hospital. I have to navigate weight differently. I have to look at it differently. My weight is the way it is because of medication, because doctors put me in this position. And I had to learn, okay, am I going to be so hateful of my own body that I am going to backlash and put myself through extreme gym nights, through keeping myself from eating things that I should be able to eat. You should be able to have a balance. You should be able to go into the junk food aisle like other skinny people do and still not have to worry about gaining 20 pounds.
But I don't think skinny people go into this junk food aisle.
They
I think
certainly do.
Yes, they do.
We eat a lot of junk food.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, my DoorDash would tell you otherwise.
There's a thing called set points. There's a ton of research on it, that your body likes to be at specific weights. It likes to be in a specific way. So if you are fighting yourself to lose weight by not eating, over exercising, and you are damn near killing yourself to be at a specific weight, your body's unhappy.
It's important to note that a choice can be harder for people to make due to conditions in their life, but at the end of the day, it's still a choice. I could say that I had food addiction. I looked to food when I was stressed and this and that and this, and so it's harder for me to choose it than for someone who has the perfect lifestyle, someone who has parents who are giving them this and that and this, but I definitely still acknowledge that it was my choice. At the end of the day, when I
reject that the white version of me isn't also balding. No.
Go there and I look and I see, should I order
is that your
a second hamburger?
problem right now?
That's look, he doesn't have the neck beard, just like me, shaved underneath the neck. He's fucking, the beard isn't as strong as mine, but I'm not expecting it to be. But where he lacks in the beard, he makes up for with the full head of hair up top. We also both wear glasses. Fair. Fuck me, this might be the white version of me. God damn it.
Not I order that second hamburger. I'm the one making that choice.
Hey.
Nope. Don't get paid for this. Don't get paid for this.
Forward. Rather be skinny than fat. Can the agreeers please step forward?
Come on, big homie. We staying right where we are, bruh. Damn. Nah. Real talk.
I think there's a lot of different struggles when it comes to being a bit bigger.
Damn, Jada.
And I have a sister that is very, she's 400 pounds and she struggles a lot. She has lymphedema and to shower is really, really hard. So I do think for an overall happy life and zero struggle, I think I'd rather be skinny.
I think that it is common in society to want to be skinny. I think the average person typically wants to be skinny. I'm actually surprised that I didn't see more people come forward on that question. People treat you better. It is what is considered the standard of beauty. Your life expectancy is longer. You tend to be healthier.
I'm also really tall. I'm 6'6", so I kind of wish
Yeah,
I
taller
could just
than
pick
me.
a single struggle because finding clothes and things like that when you're
White version of me is taller than me, but I think I got him in the dick area.
bigger both ways can make it really hard. So if I was skinnier, at least that's one less thing I have to worry about. But also, I've got 2 kids and a wife, and I'm taking care of them. And as you pointed out, I definitely think that I'm at less health risks if I'm a skinnier person. If I'm
White version of me also seems to be more responsible and have a lot more on his plate. Goddamn.
healthier person in that capacity.
You can keep
and
those
I would much
4
rather
inches.
be that so that I could be around for my kids longer.
Can the disagreeers please step forward?
I'm speaking as someone who actually was a former smaller person, and I had the most body insecurities when I was small. I was constantly living in fear of gaining weight and having people tell me, oh, don't gain weight, don't do this, make sure that your weight is the same. And once I finally gained weight, I realized that first off, life wasn't over. I didn't feel any need to not engage in life the previous.
She was also younger, though. You know what I mean? That could just come with age. Not giving a fuck about how people feel. Like, I didn't care about what people thought I looked like back in the day, unless you were a chick I was into, which was the only real motivation I ever had to try to lose weight. Was like, you know, oh, maybe that stopped me from, you know, dating X, Y, or Z. But even still, that didn't make me lose weight. Like, I didn't care about them bitches. I was just, I'm gonna find another one. Like at the end of the day, I feel like the only reason that could make you lose weight is your own, right? Like, whether it be, you know, health reasons, whether it be, you know, because you're going on a trip and you don't want to have to pay for 2 plane tickets. I don't know. But I feel like each person has their own specific goal to drive them to lose weight. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
This way that I had, and the attention that I got was different. But even as a smaller person, you get negative attention. And rather than trying to control my body to avoid that negative attention, I would prefer to address the situation as a society, make it more accessible for everybody to where we aren't feeling like I have to be a certain way that's normal in order to be treated like a human being and respected.
If I could counter.
If I met this big dude, I would tell him I'm 5'7".
Because I was a bit bigger when I was younger, and that's when I was the most insecure. I would look in the mirror. I did have family members that were skinny, but then I had a family member that was much bigger, and just the way that I perceived myself, I hated it, and I even became anorexic to like not be big.
I don't think skinny always equates to being healthy.
Exactly.
I am fairly skinny. I'm 6'5". I'm 140 pounds last time I checked, and I'm severely underweight. And I know about this on a day-to-day basis. That being said, I don't know where I'd want to lean at an appropriate weight level, but I think it's important to understand for some skinny people, we're not living a great life by any means. And sometimes I feel like that's always kind of lost in translation when they see someone who's really skinny.
I guess it depends on what you mean when you think of the term skinny. Are you thinking of just like an average weight person, or are you thinking of how you are now?
I'm the average weight for like women in America.
Yeah,
So if we're talking about an average, like
Man.
I'm gonna be the closest. If your biggest priority is to be at a smaller body, you need to reassess your priorities.
Not focused on health.
Yeah.
In the immediate tie between skinniness and health, like you emphasized, there is such a gap between the research, because the research has a huge fat-phobic bias in it, and there has been research that shows that they aren't, even especially during, let's say, COVID and the correlation between obesity, they rushed through those studies so fast because in society's mind, oh, of course a fat person is going to equal someone who's going to get sick faster, is going to get sick easier. It was an easy jump. So they didn't.
Okay, I feel like you're just getting, like, yes, if you're fat, you have a higher chance of dying from COVID. It's like, that's specifically because of the fucking health detriments that come from being overweight, right? Like that's, it's already hard to breathe when you have all extra weight on you. Imagine that with COVID. Like people were literally drowning in their own bodies. I don't know. It just seems like they're getting into like a lot of the fat positive shit that I don't agree with, right?
Rushed through those studies so fast because in society's mind, oh, of course a fat person is going to equal someone who's going to get sick faster, is going to get sick easier. It was an easy jump. So they didn't do all of the testing that they were supposed to do. They didn't check their bias.
So if by saying the study is biased, you're saying that the study didn't account for the variable that obesity may also take a factor into. It's just that there's so many variables in humanity that these pharmaceutical companies could only account for so many during their trials, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're biased. However, you want to talk about bias in studies, actually recently we've been doing the opposite. So for instance, a lot of our studies have been based on BMI, and so we've been showing that, fat people aren't necessarily extremely unhealthy if we look at people with a certain BMI. However, bodybuilders also have a really high BMI, and so they get counted into that category. And so it wasn't until very recently that they equated for that mistake, and it shows, oh my goodness, being fat is actually extremely unhealthy, like way, way more unhealthy than we ever realized.
You can't gauge health by looking at
Where's
somebody.
your study?
Yeah. Like none of my health issues, all of them precipitated my weight gain, but I always get assumed, oh, don't you want to be skinny so that you don't have a cane anymore and you don't feel the way you feel? And it's like, no, because I have lupus and I'm always going to feel like this. Like I have CRPS. It's going to deteriorate. It's going to continue.
America has an obesity problem.
Can I sit next to you?
Oh, absolutely, you can. I think it's pretty clear. You look at the weight of the average American, you see how obesity has affected not just children. I mean, the fact that we have more younger and younger people who are looking heavier and heavier, and you see that, like, the way that weight affects us as a society, and you compare that to how we were in the past. Now, not that we should always, we shouldn't compare ourselves to the era of the Great Depression when people just couldn't find food, of course, but people are heavier now in an unhealthy way, and people are eating unhealthy. They are eating it through unhealthy access to food. They're eating diets high in seed oils. They're eating high corn syrup. They're doing all this kind of stuff that's not good for them that we didn't used to do, and it's bad. It's not a good thing. It's an epidemic. It needs to be quashed in some capacity.
There's so much access to just anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's so crazy these days, and I'm so surprised that we're actually supporting a lot of this, and there's always people like, like it's fine that we have like 3 McDonald's like on the same street, and it's just like we don't think that this is adding to the problem.
What I think is really sad about that is so many people in America just see the profit in it. I don't want to say I know that these people know the problem, but it's like, how can you not see the problem? They have to see it and just not care. They have to just be like, well, we're gaining profit. Do you see how much this McDonald's is making? Put another one across the street. Like, that's just like how it is.
That's the corporations, it's the medical industry. Having a fat country makes us money.
It doesn't help that our cities aren't walkable.
Yeah, but you guys were just like promoting, like the fat positive. Oh, wait a second. There's one person that everybody thought except for one person. But like, weren't you guys literally just promoting a well, I don't want to fucking misquote them, but weren't they saying like health at any size or some bullshit, or just because I'm fucking big doesn't mean I'm unhealthy or something like that?
America is a country of non-walkable.
That is why I wavered a little bit, because I think we have a problem with how to treat obesity. I think we have a problem with how to make it so that it is not an epidemic. This is a systemic thing, that we are in a society and in an environment that breeds this.
And we are doing it to ourselves, we are doing it to our children, and our corporations and our industries are doing it to us, and they aren't having to take responsibility.
And they're encouraging it with media. So
And the mukbangs, I was literally gonna bring that up, the mukbangs and like all those videos that just come up to trends for people
not
to do
only
it as
the
well.
mukbangs, but also like Lizzo and other big like media.
I'm sorry. There's a very big
different-
difference between the people who are telling people go out and get fat versus a
I love
Lizzo who's
myself
saying
fat.
accept me the way I am.
She's not just saying accept me the way I am. She's dressing extremely scantily clad and then saying if you don't think that it's normal for a morbidly obese person to be wearing a G-string in the middle of public, then you're the problem. And they're trying to normalize society to this obese culture, which is extremely unhealthy. And
What is an obese culture?
a culture which like normalizes
I'm obese
obesity.
and I haven't even heard that. Well, obesity is already normal, so
well, I don't think it should be normalized, and it wasn't normal
But
just a couple
what's the
decades
difference
ago.
between a obese person, myself, walking around in a G-string or a bathing suit, as I do almost every day, and a skinny person? Like, is it okay that the skinny person is doing that?
I don't think so, but
I don't think
that's for other reasons.
Yeah,
probably.
exactly. I get the whole in public thing.
To say that when Lizzo does it is the same as a Victoria's Secret angel
Why
is just not the
shouldn't it be,
same.
though? Yeah, what's the
'Cause
difference?
What do you mean? Are you telling me they look? You're telling me it doesn't.
I'm not saying they look the same.
Well,
but
I
I'm
mean,
saying
Lizzo
what's
goes on
the
stage.
What's the implication? So if I walk down the street, I'm a runway model. I'm a print and runway model. I have walked down a runway in a thong. So me doing that is shameful, but a skinny model is okay.
I didn't. I don't know if I use the phrase shameful,
Problematic.
but I don't think that we as a society should be modeling obesity.
But I'm not modeling obesity. I'm modeling the lingerie that obese people need to be able to have availability to buy.
So they've always had the ability to buy
we have not.
lingerie.
If you go to Torrid,
No,
a single
we
underwear is
cannot.
like almost $20. Yeah. And you go to like any other Walmart, any Target, and like all these underwears are on special for like $5 to like $20 and stuff.
Well, it
and
does
it's
take
like,
more fabric to make it.
It does take more fabric
They
to make
use
it,
that
but
as an
it's,
excuse, but
that
you
would-
make yards of fabric for gowns. You, like,
Is a
it's-
small
yes.
a different price than an extra large or a large?
It is.
And
yeah,
we're willing-
for 3XL shirts, I got to pay more money.
I think people view models and Instagram people and all of us who are plus size.
Yeah, but it's a difference, right? Like, you know, she's saying she has lupus, but she's trying to put herself in the same boat as this woman here who, you know, is just like, and I'm not even saying if you don't want to lose weight, you don't have to lose weight or anything like that. And I also don't agree with, you know, you just being fucking butt naked in fucking public, whether you're fat or skinny. I don't know. I think that there are a lot of fat people that are unhealthy. Like me included, right? Most fat people are unhealthy. Most fat people are fat because of the things that they eat, the things that they drink, the lack of self-control, and again, me included, okay? But, you know, there might be some that are maybe a little bigger because they can't help it or whatever. But, like, you know, I'm tall. I'm like 6'3", right? So, like, that doesn't give me, you know, I can be maybe a little heavier, but, like, you know, the weight I am now, like 380 pounds, something like that, that's fucking ridiculous, you know? That's, like, way more than I should be. And just because I have a big frame, that gives me an excuse to be a little bigger, but not as big as I am. And it is pretty much the same. Like, you as a human being are only supposed to be so large, right? You know, even if you are taller, like, you're only supposed to be so large. Not like 7 feet tall. Anyway.
And proud as we're pushing this obese lifestyle.
Yes.
No, I'm pushing the fact that this is what I live in. This is my life. And I need other people who feel this way to say, hey, I want to be able to wear clothes that look cute too.
I do think there's a problem with obesity in America, but I think it's a first world country problem because it's spread across the globe. And also, I don't see it as a problem. I do feel like health-wise, people should try to be healthier, but there's no perfect body. There's no perfect person. There's no perfect size. And there's people who are underweight. And there's a lot of them. And then there's a lot of people who are overweight. So I really don't see it as like a problem. But just to touch on what you were saying, because I am in the fashion industry, I wanted to become a fashion designer. My dad was one. And they buy 10 rolls of fabric for one price. So it really doesn't cost that much to make underwear.
Sure, but don't you also have to worry about distribution? I mean, if the average person is, let's say, in between small, medium, large, and you're sending clothes out for those, you know you could send out 10,000 of this, 10,000 of that, 10,000 of that. You can't always send out 10,000 3XLs because you're not going to have that many people fitting in the 3XL.
No, because there's somebody who works in marketing and they research that area. There's
Wait, that Tammy chick from the show got so big that her body compensated by letting it go to her forehead. Bruh, Virgo just roasted the shit out of Tammy, bruh. She said Tammy got Chinese eyes because of the weight of her fucking forehead dropping down upon her. No, I know. I think that's funny, though, that you were like, it compensated by letting it go to her forehead. Bruh. I don't know why you had to roast that girl like that, but you did.
There's a census, so we have a database of what type of people are there. Now, we don't know who's going in there, but we know the type of people that live in that area and the type of the people that come and visit the area. So that person is doing their job accordingly, and usually large sizes are sold out.
Okay, so somebody brought up the food desert earlier. I can't even think of an area that would have a so-called food desert.
Sorry, can someone explain, like maybe just for my ignorance, I'm
Like
guessing a
food
food desert is just there's no food anywhere?
No, it's healthy options for food. So you can go into certain low-income areas and you'll see a Starbucks, a McDonald's, a Chick-fil-A, but there's no Trader Joe's.
A food desert, actually properly, there isn't any, like for a long period of driving, there's one gas station and a liquor store. Then you have to drive 2 more miles to hit the next grocery store.
But with the food desert, it's not just that there can be a grocery store there, but if I'm making minimum wage, I'm not gonna spend all of my money on what is gonna last me 2 meals versus what's gonna last me an entire week.
Yes.
Or if I'm on EBT and I have specific things that I have to choose to buy versus what I can't buy.
Yeah. I'm born and raised in Colorado. In the outskirts, there's so many small towns that you don't even know that they're there. Most of them you won't see on a map, but if you're from there, then you'll know, and they all have to drive a decent amount to be able to go to an actual grocery store.
But how often are you going grocery shopping? Maybe like once every 2 weeks would be typically normal. So you have to do a drive
My family, I gotta go once a week.
So you're making a drive once a week, once every 2 weeks.
This is
Not a
also
lot of people
saying
have
drive.
access to the
Yeah, like what
time
if I don't have a car?
I was like, I don't
Like, I don't even
and if
drive.
you don't have, usually these food deserts also have very poor public transportation options.
Yeah. Yep,
So
like in the
you are
mountains.
left with people who are stranded.
Yeah, but then what are they eating at all?
Yeah,
Unhealthy crap.
Like,
no, but how
what-
are they
what-
surviving
what,
at
they're going through
all?
the drive-through? They don't got a car to go to the
Yeah,
drive-through. How are they-
exactly.
They usually, what I see when I go to those rural towns and those rural places is they have chickens and they have animals.
Right.
And guess what? You can get some healthy food out of that. That's
That
like, you know,
sounds
having
healthy.
eggs and protein and things like that. I think I would be healthier if I lived rurally. In fact, my wife and I are trying to leave the state so we're not near all the Uber Eats and all the
I
all that stuff.
I grew up in a town of 500. The obesity problem there was not as significant as, say, in LA. And we talk about like food deserts and stuff. The nearest Walmart where I grew up was 45 minutes in any direction.
Remember we watched that video on sugar, and he was talking about how it was Nixon's war on sugar, or Nixon's war on hunger, that caused the food epidemic that we have now.
Yeah,
Where
I
it
do
was
remember that.
the idea of creating the processed food, creating the high fructose corn syrup instead of sugar, creating high fructose corn syrup was created by a Japanese man, but it was Nixon's way of fighting hunger, where you got, you know what I mean, an abundance of cheap processed foods, you know. and that's sort of stuck. And so that's why I think you have a lot more, in the cities especially, you have a lot more convenient fat food options, right? Like if you're gonna get food conveniently, it's gonna be unhealthy. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of very convenient, healthy foods for you to get. If that makes any sense.
Right.
So I mean, I feel like you sacrifice for convenience.
For
convenience, you sacrifice money and health
and stuff. The nearest Walmart where I grew up was 45 minutes in any direction. The nearest McDonald's was nowhere near to be seen for a long time. So when I hear these, like, and there could be some evidence there as like the obesity problem is very low lift.
Were there grocery stores in your small town?
Yes.
Exactly.
Like I'm like kind of baffled by the fact
Thank you.
Maybe I just need to go out there and like experience the food deserts, but like there was grocery stores where I grew up. Just because we lived in the middle of nowhere doesn't mean we didn't have access to food. And actually, and I have to agree, we did have access to healthy food.
But the thing is, though, the food deserts aren't necessarily in even rural areas. They're in very low-income urban areas, right? So it's, you would have fast food places and liquor stores, but there's no Safeway. There's no grocery stores that you can go to. They don't have access to those kind of foods, within walking distance near the fucking bus stops. But there's always a liquor store that you could go to, whether it's across the street. There's always a bus stop that's either in front of a fast food restaurant or across the street from one. You know what I mean? Like, but there's nowhere for you to go get, like, Safeway or any kind of groceries. So, I mean, I think just not even knowing about food deserts just kind of shows affluence. A little bit of affluence, And if you don't have a car, God help. Like, even for me, if I don't have a car, there's nowhere for me to walk to get groceries.
Mm-hmm. Very healthy food all the time. I don't think this is a big of an issue in my personal opinion.
Fat shaming is worse than skinny shaming.
One on each side.
So I do agree that fat shaming is worse than skinny shaming. Just overall, entirely, the way that people like comment on people's weight compared to somebody skinny, they usually don't comment on somebody skinny. Yeah. They don't think there's something wrong with them. They don't, like, they'll maybe say like, oh, you're very thin. Do you want to eat a cheeseburger? But that's not as bad as telling somebody you eat 10, stop. And you don't even know that they're eating 10.
Fat shaming is a systemic problem. You're not gonna not get a job because you're too skinny. Skinny bodies are praised in our society, whereas fat bodies, like, I don't get it as often as other people, but I get a lot of comments on my Instagram that are saying like, you're really beautiful, but you would look a lot better if you lost 50, 60 pounds.
Okay, I think this chick has really lost the mark. I don't think our society shames skinny people at all. I think you're thinking of specific circumstances or specific times when you were possibly rejected by somebody, right? Like, I think if anything, well, I guess it's different if you're a fat woman versus a fat man. If you're a fat man, people pretty much don't care. You might get something different if you're a larger woman, though. But for the most part, I think that if somebody is attacking you, I don't think that society is attacking fat people. If anything, society is encouraging fat people, I would say. What do you think?
I don't think society itself is encouraging people to become fat. It's more a certain loud subsect of society. Like, the thing I see is, like, people will think that a majority of people will support something because the people who support that thing are the loudest people. So it'll, like, people who don't have any typically abrasive behaviors and wouldn't be behind like shaming at all wouldn't be heard because they don't speak up. So people who you're going to hear more fat shaming than non-fat shaming because people who don't fat shame don't speak up. Therefore, you're not going to hear them not fat shaming people.
Well, no. Well, here's what I was going to go with. The society promote being fat, right? Like, if you were to look at how you got food even 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was a lot harder to get food back then, right? Like, even some places it was harder to get water. Meat wasn't as prevalent. Let me see. So, actually, probably more closer to 200 years ago. But as society advances and develops, it's a lot easier for you to get food that you didn't necessarily earn, right? Like before,
Right.
if you had to get, before for you to get a nice big piece of meat, you and the crew had to go hunt a fucking animal. You had to go out there, hunt, catch it, fucking cook it. And if you didn't do that shit, you didn't get the meat. So I'm not saying, we should go back to hunting and gathering. What I'm saying is, in general, if food is harder to get, people tend to consume less calories unless you're really good at getting the food, which means you're probably in better shape than most men, which means you're probably not obese. My whole point is that society itself promotes obesity in a way by allowing us to, get the kind of foods that we get in the way that we get it, right? Like, it's a lot easier for you to go get a fucking 2-pack, a Big Mac pack from McDonald's than it is for you to go order a bunch of groceries to come to the house. It's a lot easier for you to, get something that's quick, fast, and allows you to keep moving than for you to, sit there, chop up lettuce, chop up tomatoes. It's, and then even on top of that, foods that are high in fiber tend to go bad really fast. Those tend to be the healthier foods. When a food is processed, you basically take out all the fiber, and you take out all the fiber, and you take out all of the, like, a lot of the nutrients, right? And it's very calorically dense, and it's very low in fiber so that you can digest it fast. It's a whole process, because it's processed foods. But when you process a food, it becomes a lot. It becomes good for like quick calories, but it doesn't necessarily fill you up, and it's you're gonna gain a lot of calories from it, right? So it's calorically dense. I don't know. I was going somewhere, but I feel like the train turned off into Bullshitville.
Pounds.
Something that I always get a lot of comments on is my masculinity as a man because of how skinny I am. It's always something that I've always kind of dealt with. My favorite comment is always, I look like a sickly, ill Victorian child. And no. It doesn't bother me as much, but this idea that skinny people
he does look like a sickly, ill Victorian child.
Get these kind of
He fucking killed it. A sickly, ill Victorian child.
Ignoring the fact that we definitely just got
Bro, we were just roasting him for like 2 minutes straight. Bro, I don't know. I feel like there are so many women that thinks he looks like beautiful.
People can't also get these kind of comments. They're just kind of mind blowing. That doesn't mean that they're, that one side is getting it worse than the other. I think that there are both sides getting piled on, just at different varying degrees.
I think we're conflating two things as well. So there's a difference between fat shaming and fat discrimination. Fat shaming is an aspect of fat discrimination, but some of the things you were touching on are specifically societal and systemic fat discrimination that goes into our medical system, it goes into employment, it goes into all of our civil rights. As fat people, that skinny people don't necessarily have that same issue. And I come from cultures where they straight out called out skinny people. You look like bones, oh flaca, all of that. So I watched my cousins go through it. I went through it when I would get too skinny. As people, we are just too scrutinized when it comes to our bodies. We don't let people live.
But I think that's a good point. You said you were called skin and bones when you got
my cousin.
But your cousin. So people using shame as a motivator to get your cousin to not be too skinny. Shame as a motivator is a powerful tool. So the reason I sit over there is fat shaming worse than skinny shaming. Well, you could argue that shaming somebody in order to motivate them towards a healthy lifestyle is actually a good thing.
All right, Lauren, you are a dumb bitch. Okay, that's why Destiny didn't want to fuck you. I mean, he fucked you, he didn't want to wife you. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's so mean. All right, what I was going to say, though, is, number one, shame does not, like, if fucking making fun of somebody made somebody lose weight, there would be no fat person around the world. Every fat person has been bullied for their weight. Period. At some point in time. Unless you were the bully smashing motherfuckers, you were made fun of for your weight. And it did not make you get skinny. It made you hate yourself a little more. Or it made you just say fuck the world, depending on how you took it, right? Depending on if you took it like me, you kind of did the fuck the world thing. If you took it like somebody else, you might have fucking, oh, I hate myself kind of thing, right? Depending on how you took the shame, right? But it didn't make you lose weight or acquiesce to any of that shit. Okay? That's not what shame or making fun of somebody does. Okay? If you really want for somebody to change, right? And you really want, and the second thing I was going to say is nobody that really cares about somebody tries to make them change with shame. Okay? Jewish moms have learned not to do that. Oh. No, they're still doing that. Okay. Everybody except for Jewish moms don't use shame to fucking try to change behavior. Okay. I think shame is something that, especially if done in public, is only belittling, and it's only used to fucking tear a person down or psychologically traumatize them. Okay? Yeah. No, it does not help. Don't do it to your children. Don't shame them. Chastise them, teach them, but always do that in private. Okay? Even if whatever fucking outburst they have is in public. It should always be done in private and away from eyes that don't need to be seeing shit like that. Okay? But just like, yeah.
Now, I have a lot of empathy because hearing your story about how you've been struggling with this since you were a child.
Since I was like a newborn baby, like health, just everything's just been.
Every time she talks, she gets me. You were not fat as a baby. I promise you, you were not fat as a baby. Like, what? Come on, like, she's just, everything she's saying is filled with bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just like, as a baby, right? As a baby.
I have a lot of empathy because hearing your story about how you've been struggling with this since you were a child.
Since I was like a newborn baby, like health, just everything's just been.
Were you told that by your mother or something?
I don't know. Like, it has to be. Like, I really want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but you can't just be like, yeah, I was born 70 pounds as a baby. And, since then, I've just been a little ball of fun the entire... No, that's not how it works. You don't develop properly if you're more heavy than normal. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to keep fucking pointing out La Raza over here, but it's just some shit's not smelling right, okay? And that's coming from a fat man. And I don't know if they could call her out, but there's no way she's sitting here like, yeah, since the day I was born, I was fucking 30 pounds heavier than I should have been. And then, that translated to about 400 pounds as an adult. Like, I don't think she's 400 pounds, but I also don't think that she was fat as a baby.
On that end where I've never known anything about being skinny or being fit or being athletic. I've never known anything about that.
Probably your situation, I don't think shame necessarily would motivate you, but for somebody where it is a option, so for instance, if you watch TLC, you watch My 600 Pound Life, 1,000 Pound Sisters, Family by the Ton, all of them can do it. All of them have had this systemic issue of weight gain.
No, those people in particular cannot do. Have you seen Tammy can't even walk? This bitch is on oxygen. You're like, oh, she can lose the weight. How? By just not eating? She's gonna die before she loses that weight. Probably just like me, if I'm being honest, but that's a depressing statement for another day.
And those people on my and those people who've lost the weight on, like, say, The Biggest Loser and shit shows like that, typically ended up gaining the weight right after the shows ended.
It's
probably even more so.
And it's a difference, right? It's like a lot of weight, like 300 pounds, and she's only 900 now or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, what is she still large enough to warrant her own TV show? You know what I mean? Like, that's the point, that you even got to that size, right? You're not really able to, you know, crawl out of that hole. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll have to check up on her. We'll have to do like a recently on TOC to see where Tammy's at. But my whole thing is, it's really hard for anybody to lose, you know, especially being fat as a child. It's only 2% of people go into normal BMI range after being obese as a child. 2%. 98% die fat. You know what I'm saying? Now, I have a lot of faith in myself as a person, and I do think that I am a very exceptional human being. Am I a top 2% motherfucker, though? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm going to land in that 98th percentile. But hey, you know, to each his own. Oh, so she got the gastric bypass. Okay. All right, well, I hope it works out for her. Or I hope it worked out for her.
Can do it. All of them have had this systemic issue
That's
of
the thing,
weight
though. I
gain.
have watched those like as a younger person, and it would make me feel disgusted with me when I was a kid, so it would make me worse, and it made my mental health worse, because then I'm like, is that how like everybody automatically views me as just like somebody who's oversized and could possibly never even attain it because it's so just common?
I don't think we should shame anyone to do anything.
No.
I think everyone deserves to like themselves enough to like enjoy life. And if you do that as a fat person, okay. If you do it as a skinny person, also chill. It's not my business.
Shame is a broad category. I do think shame works in some cases. I think that there has been good fat shaming towards me and bad fat shaming. Bad fat shaming is just, you know, somebody just saying, you're fat, things like that. That doesn't really work. But what does work is somebody looking at me and saying, don't you want to be around for your kids? And that worked.
I don't think
that
that's
worked.
shaming.
Yeah, like, do you consider that shaming?
I do. I think that's shaming. I think they were telling me, like, you should lose weight to be around for your children. I think that's shame. Like an attempt to like try and say something bad about me.
Like they're personalizing it towards you and towards your kids. Like,
Sure.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that worked. I think that worked. That really encouraged me to go to the gym and start trying to lose weight.
But that's you, though.
Sure. I think you have to be specific to the person.
I think that's one thing is it depends on the person.
Sure.
And if someone wants to shame me and like, you know, it depends on the person. I've been shamed a couple times and it's kicked me into gear to try to gain weight, but it's still really hard.
Sure.
And it's, you know, it depends on who you are, I think.
God. Imagine having the issue of not being able to gain weight. Like, bro, I could solve that issue so fucking easily. Are you kidding me? What? Bruh, let me be your fat coach, please.
Just go to a grandma's house. A grandma will always overfeed you.
Not even that,
Go
bro.
there for every meal.
I'll be rolling with him. He's like, all right, so what are we going to, all right, here's what we're having for breakfast. All right, let me get a number 8, no sauce. Number 6, extra cheese. And then let's go with a sausage McMuffin with extra cheese. Yeah, can I get a bunch of jelly with that too? Thank you. Can I get some more jelly, please? Can I get like 2 more? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And then like take off. And then it's like, okay, come in. All right, eat all of this. It's like, what? 3 sandwiches, 2 hash browns, jelly with 2 drinks. Eat this while we're on the way to the first place we're going. And then he eats that, and then I'm like, all right, cool. 4 hours later, all right, we're going to have let's go with a foot-long Subway sandwich. Extra sauce, extra cheese. You know, the works. Cool. Perfect. All right. Let's go about 4 hours. Let's get a large pizza from Round Tables. Let's get a bunch of wings from Wingstop. Hell yeah. Extra large pizza, extra sauce, extra pepperoni. Hell yeah. Let's go with some habanero, buffalo hot. You want them boned or boneless? Bone in. Hell yeah. Real nigga. Bone in. Blue cheese sauce. Let's get some peppers and or let's get some celery and carrots. Cool. Perfect. All right. That's literally, and then let's just do that every day. And then I'll guarantee you, in a month, you're gonna be looking like this motherfucker here. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way, like, you can easily out-eat any kind of fucking, like, easily. At least I can.
When you were making a comment about people questioning your masculinity, I get the question of actually looking like a woman all the time, and it's always in play. I always get compared to, like, male characters, especially when I don't wear makeup, and that's because I don't have boobs, and I can't help that, but it's definitely really hard to like have people tell you constantly, like, here's the standard of how a woman should look, and you don't look.
All right. Being flat-chested and being skinny are 2 different things. You can be skinny and have fucking huge tits, okay? But you, that's a different struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a different struggle, sis. All right, this isn't the struggle for that. We're not talking about the flat-chested women. I'm sorry. This is a different struggle.
Look like that without even saying it. They don't say it. They're categorizing me. They're making fun of me, saying that I look like this one soccer player or something. And, you know, I think it's funny, but also shame can also be hard, because I can see what you mean. Sometimes it can really motivate you when it's out of love.
Yes,
but when it's out of
that's
pain and when it's out of like not knowing someone and just saying it, then
yeah, the people who said that to me about my kids were not just some random guy online. It was people who were close to me and I knew cared about me, who I had a conversation with. So I do think it matters who says it, but I still would consider it to an extent shaming. And I'm okay with that. I think there is good shame. I think sometimes it helps motivate people in the right way.
The body positivity movement promotes childhood obesity. Diet culture has positive effects.
I guess for me, diet culture is an important thing to
even
have for
Lauren
people
doesn't believe in
the
diet culture. That's saying something.
Damn, they just let your ass walk up there alone, partner.
world. What I've realized after we're about to finish this up is there wasn't a lot of talk on skinny culture or like skinny people as a whole. Maybe that's because of how the prompt is. But I think it's important, if we're going to give positivity to kids who are obese, I think it's important to give them the options to, you know, say if they want to lose weight, they can. And I don't see a problem with that in any real sense.
I think that diet culture is a reason that a lot of people struggle with weight problems in the first place. I have even struggled with my own weight issues in the past, and I was like struggling kind of with depriving myself too much because I had a trainer. And then I started binge eating. And as soon as I had like a mental break where I was like physically incapable of stopping myself from putting food in my mouth, I immediately went to see a doctor. And that doctor told me to read a book called Intuitive Eating. And it wildly changed my life. And it was about getting past diet culture and about how so many people ruin their lives with diet culture. And you see it with like somebody talked about eating grapes and lettuce, and it's grapes and lettuce, and it's just like it's this extreme, and so you go from one extreme and then you break, and then you go to the other extreme, and so like I was in my extreme, I broke, so that's why I'm anti-diet culture.
Yeah, I tried keto for a while. And that's the thing about what I realized is like that fad diet kind of stuff. And yeah, did I lose?
As said before, keto only works for small Asian girls, not anybody else.
Weight? I absolutely lost weight, sure. I didn't keep it off, and the reason I didn't keep it off is because diet culture is about turning the word diet from your overall eating into an activity that takes place over a period of time. A diet should not be something you do from January until May of next year. Diet is what you continually eat, is what you continually put into yourself. Yeah.
Lifestyle change.
Yeah. So my issue with diet culture is this idea of like, oh, I've got this perfect solution for you, man. All you got to do is this, and this, and that. And it's like, no. Like the reality is like, yeah, there are good, correct, and objective ways, I think, for a lot of people to eat. And yes, everybody has to have some variations here and there. There's no one bag fix all, and diet culture is so much about trying to say like, all you got to do is just eat cheese puffs every day for the rest of your life.
And it's easy.
Yeah. And so that's why I think diet culture doesn't help.
You know, you're always going to get those people who have the perfect answer. They have the perfect solution to either lose weight, or diet isn't just losing weight, it's also gaining weight. You know, and I think a lot of people, maybe it's just for me, but when I diet, it's actually not the opposite of fasting. I'm trying to eat more. I'm trying to gain more. And I think people forget that when it comes to diet. When people instantly hear the word diet, they think losing weight. And I don't think that should always be the case.
I've been on a lot of diets. I've been on diets for myself. I've been put on diets, and I've been put on diets by my coaches. So when I was young, I felt like it was more so like fasting, not eating, but working out. And maybe hopefully eating once you get home as a reward. And then...
So I think she was probably a good amount smaller when she was in like high school, maybe college. I don't know, she's a college athlete. But I think she was probably doing like volleyball, soccer, shit like that. And she was a lot more active than what she was. And when adulthood hit her, it hit her just like it hit me, right? You went from being active most of the fucking day, right? Like I said before, I was working out in the mornings, lifting weights. Then I was doing PE, then football practice. Then I was teaching a Taekwondo class, and I had my own class, right? So I went from like 20 hours where I'm active multiple different times through multiple different, parts of your body throughout that entire time. I went from there eating the same way versus where I'm eating probably even more processed foods than I was back then and doing a lot less physical activity. Most of my time is spent sitting down, whether I'm driving for work or whether I'm here streaming, talking to you guys, right? I am mostly doing a stationary activity. So a lot of my, if I want to be active, I can no longer be active as a result of me just living my life, right? Like I was on the football team, I had to do PE, I've been doing Taekwondo my whole life. So these were things that were actively just already a part of my life by default almost, right? So going into it as an adult, there's no activity that's default part in my life, right? There's nobody that's forcing me to exercise. There's nobody that's forcing me to work out, there's nothing that's forcing me to do any of that stuff. So because of that comes with laziness, comes with, muscle atrophy, comes with a lot of shit, right? So I think that's the same sort of situation that's hitting her, where she went from being very active, and having a certain kind of diet to being not so active anymore. And then now she's keeping that same kind of diet, which causes a lot more weight gain than there was before. Because again, just like that sugar video, if you burn off a lot of that food, if you use it, right, then you don't really feel the negative detriments about it, right? Like I would go to school, I would, like I said, I would have PE at some point in time. I'd get out of class, I'd go grab a sandwich from Subway, then I'd come back, walk back to the school, eat it real fast before practice, and you don't get fast food before practice at all, because you get fast food before practice and it'll feel like a gut, like a rot in your stomach. But you can grab a foot-long Subway sandwich before practice. That's what I would do. All right, guys. Silver had to take off, but let's finish up this video, then let's watch the next one with Myron Gaines and other large individuals. By large, I mean physically. You know what I mean.
Wait. And I don't think that should always be the case.
I've been on a lot of diets. I've been on diets for myself. I've been put on diets, and I've been put on diets by my coaches. So when I was young, I felt like it was more so like fasting, not eating, but working out. And maybe hopefully eating once you get home as a reward. And then when it became like, oh, like you're a good person in the team to like be the big person, be the defender, be buff. So it was like, now we have to gain all this weight and we have to pound you out. So it was like, I had to eat like 5 meals in a day. And I felt so gross, because I was just like, I've never had to like pull out like a bar or something and like eat it during class and be like, I have to eat this because it's part of my diet.
When we talk about diet culture, we're talking about not your diet as a whole. It's usually a fad diet is what we're talking about when we're talking about diet culture. And for me personally, I know that I've seen a lot of, especially women in my life, going on fad diets that are just not sustainable. And that's kind of the purpose of diet culture, is that it's not a sustainable thing.
But we're all talking about like mainstream, like keto, like gluten-free. And I think everyone's just polarized on these certain ones that I believe that you should eat gluten. I think if you take it out of your diet, you're actually going to get sick.
Unless you are.
Celiacs, no.
It goes back to like what she said, which is, intuitive eating.
So what is the...
So when you gain weight, right? Gaining weight is a lot harder than losing weight. Like gaining good weight, I should say, right? Like the idea about gaining weight is gaining muscle, right? Not fat. If you want to gain fat, you can do that very easily, right? But gaining muscle it takes a certain, that's why like bodybuilders are obsessed with hitting their macros, right? Because if you don't hit your macros, then you're not building muscle correctly, okay? Building muscle takes a bit of protein. It takes other shit. I only know protein. But it takes a bunch of other shit to make, to build muscle properly, right? So when they're telling her to gain weight and they're like, you have to eat these certain bars, you have to eat this certain amount of food, that's understandable. But at the same time, I think she's running into the same situation that I'm running into, right? Where I'm this larger guy, okay? And I'm used, when I was, in high school, when I was a lot younger, I'm used to a much more active lifestyle in terms of playing football, taekwondo. I had like 2 classes that I was teaching. I had my own class. When I was playing football, it was every fucking day, on top of PE. And I was still like pretty fat, but I could do like jump kicks and shit, right? Like I was in relatively good shape. Now, I kept the same kind of eating to maintain myself doing all of that activity already, doing no activity at all, if that makes any sense. Like, I maintained the same style of eating with no exercise at the other end of that. I wasn't doing taekwondo, I was doing football, obviously. Like, it was nothing. I didn't have the gumption to go to the gym on my own, right? Even the gym that I built in my fucking garage. So I think she sort of hit the same kind of situation that I did. I don't necessarily want to see myself in this big Mexican chick, but I feel like I'm running into the same sort of situation as her, where I was again, eating the same kind of food that I was eating when I was being active, when I wasn't so active.
Positive you think you've seen for people from diet culture, which I think, and I guess, what do you consider diet culture?
I guess like diet culture to me is the resources you need to get to where you want to be in your life, in your body. That's how I've always viewed diet
By
culture.
dieting, do you mean like journaling what you're eating?
Yeah, if you want to journal, if you want to, you know, talk to a therapist, if you want to work out, if you want to see a doctor, if you want to go on meds, like everyone's
But
always...
it's not being super, like when you diet, you're not being like, I'm completely cutting out carbs or I'm completely doing this, right?
You're lemon water only.
Are you
Talking about
like
restrictive
watching your
behaviors.
macros and your micros and you're calculating
Like, I
that and
guess
you're staying with
if you're asking if I know how many calories I have to eat, yeah, like I have to eat like 4,000 a day.
When most people talk about diet culture, they've done some sort of extremely restrictive thing, and when you do something really restrictive, it changes your brain chemistry and the way that you think about food, and it makes you obsessive over food, and then, but it sounds like the way that you're doing it is extremely healthy because you're not depriving your body of something.
But isn't that just goes back to like, you guys are talking about the extremes of diet culture?
Diet culture is one thing, and then a healthy lifestyle
Having a
and
healthy
intuitive
diet
eating type
is
thing
different.
are two different things.
All right.
I personally don't think of living a healthy lifestyle as a diet.
You've been in like model spheres. Do you see diet culture and how has it impacted space?
There was a point in my life, like when I was a junior in high school, where the person that I was with at the time, he's like 6'6" and super tall. And so, you know, the mom was like, hey, like, my son is going to go audition to this big agency, which is still big to this day, and, you know, you should come. So I went, and I weighed 115 pounds, and I was a D cup, and they said that I weighed too much. And so seeing that really struck me in the beginning with the negative part of dieting. And
that's ridiculous. 115 fucking pounds?
just kind of went into this spiral of like, okay, well, if I'm too big, then what are people doing to not be this size? Like, how can I make it to do what I want to do if this is my limitation to it? It took years later to realize, like, shit, I was really disciplining myself for no apparent reason except for this underlying feeling from years ago that I can never get rid of. When you're talking about like discipline, I think it can be really positive with dieting and like intaking your calories, but for me personally, and I'm a very specific case, seeing those numbers and knowing that I couldn't achieve it because I didn't have the appetite was also just so saddening to me, because reading the bare minimum of what a woman needs 5'5" at my age, I was like, that's not that much, and I still couldn't eat it at the time, and I'm like, what's wrong with me? There's different ways to motivate people, and one of them is out of pain and anger, and I feel like a lot of the diet culture, whether it's for positive or negative, is just trying to gear into that. And you know, I just am more about being healthy.
I hear diet and I think of something that's positive, and it's been positive to me, and you know, it's something I'm always trying to achieve. I guess like if we were to redo the same exact question, I may hesitate and not walk across the line. I guess I'll never know, but hearing these perspectives were really good because I probably didn't know as much about the extremes.
I want to thank all of you for sharing your opinions with us and for challenging us. And
you know what? This was a very good conversation. There's a little bit of bullshit. I think the chubby Mexican chick was a little bit more frugal with the food that she wants to lead on. But let's get to the main show.